Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you are all doing awesome today, wherever you might be joining us from. As you probably know, my name is Wayne, and we're going to jump straight into Network Practical Hacking Stage 1. Whilst we're just giving some of the other folks a few minutes to log on in, we're going to just get you warmed up with why the network is so crucial. And, you know, we all walk around with these little devices we call cell phones. I like to carry and use different types of cell phones on a day-to-day basis because, as you're going to see, the network that we use generally on cell phones is not very well secured. But we'll get into that in a few minutes. First, we're going to warm you up with hacking your phone. And this was from CBS News, Moments of the Week. So we'll get you warmed up and we'll get started in a few minutes.
"60 Minutes Moment of the Week."
Whoa, let me make sure we all heard that, right? So whether you got an iPhone, a Pinkberry, a Blackberry, a Blueberry, an Android, an Apple, a banana, a peach, a guava, you get what I'm saying, right? Doesn't matter what make and manufacture your device is. They're using GSM networking. And as you're going to continue to see in this little demo, as some of you have just joined us, the security of our networking is very flawed, and we're going to be taking you from the beginning today. We're going to be doing a lot of cool hands-on. So this is what I call Chill Out Saturday, and we're going to be going through building our hacking tools that we're going to be using, and then we're going to obviously be building each of the components that we'll use for a lot of the network attacks we're going to be talking about today. But as usual, if you've taken any of my courses before, I'm real world. We do a lot of AI, artificial intelligent decoys. So we use deception. And what that means is we've got to be able to actually sometimes accept that the hackers are going to get into your network. What are we going to do if they're in the network? And that's where we come in, where we're able to actually set up artificially intelligent hardware decoys. So we're not talking about another software honeypot or something like that, right? And as you're going to see, we're going to be doing a lot of this where we also record the session. So if some of you can't make certain parts of it, there's going to be a lot of stuff we cover. We're going to be building our notes. But as you've just seen this little quick intro video, it doesn't matter what kind of device you're using, right? Whether it be an Apple, Android. So let's go back a few seconds there and just see that again, make it very clear for everyone. 7 is a protocol used in GSM, and it's used for international communications between, you know, if you've got a cell phone contract in one country and you want to roam to another country, then the different service providers are obviously going to have to exchange billing and charge accordingly for whatever you used in their environment on their cell phone towers, as an example, right? So these folks were given legal access to the SS7 backend of a specific vendor. So one of the vendors in Germany or something like that, right? And of course, there's a lot of folks that have got access to the SS7 network maliciously through maybe plugging into a cell phone tower or bribing somebody in an operator that might be operating some of the technology. So we're going to just see if this is true, right? So this is, as you've just heard, that they contacted the Cell Phone Trade Organization to find out what kind of risks are on the American networks, right? And of course, you're going to see what the response was, and then you're going to see if these folks were able to intercept GSM. Now, we're not going to be intercepting GSM today. I'm just letting you all know because you need a little bit more equipment. Today, we're going to be looking at networking. We're going to build the network, and then we're going to hack it, making sure you know how to actually secure your systems. So no matter what you're going to be doing in IT, specifically cybersecurity, y'all are going to have some of the most important skills to basically set your network up, secure it, and test it by trying to hack into it. So when you don't use a VPN, you're going to realize some of the man-in-the-middle attacks we're going to be covering today. So no slides. I've got a few slides just introducing the course, my quick background, and that's pretty much it. So we're going to be doing hands-on and building the notes for the content we're covering. Let's see how secure the US GSM network. I don't think you look too impressed there, but yeah, that was a CBS News hacking your phone. And now we're going to take a quick warm up on what else we're going to be dealing more with, and that is critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure means things like your power grid. So when some of you have heard of penetration testing, this is a documentary. So it was some folks in the Midwest. And as we could see right in the beginning there, this has now become a reality. If you haven't been watching the, interwebs of technology and just what's been happening since Ukraine and Russia and whatnot, yes, we can now see this is now, if you aren't following, it's already happening, folks. So some of you might have heard about some of the satellites that were taken down for some of the European folks. So actually, I had somebody that had their modem, their satellite modem. Actually, they were part of the 30,000 subscribers in certain areas within Europe. So it wasn't just Ukraine, it was Poland, it was the Czech Republic, it was Belgium, it was the Netherlands, and that was the Viasat. And that, of course, has been now targeting 30,000 people are without internet access because their modems are not operable. They pretty much fried. So they basically delivered a fake firmware update that crashed all the modems. And obviously that happened just before Russia launched their attack. So if you're joining us, network security is a primary critical skill when we want to actually secure our technology.
Yeah, I just flipped the lights on. The door was just open.
Basically anything that could ruin a company, we try to access.
So we're about to hit up a power substation. It's surrounded by a barbed wire fence.
We will get in. There's no doubt about it.
I'm in the building.
Server room.
Boom. So that was them breaking into the network. As you can see, once they plug into, the network, they're going to be plugging in a device like,
I'm in the building.
I don't know.
Server room.
So there's the whole network cabinet. And of course, they got all of their equipment. So we're going to be showing you how to build these nice little Raspberry Pis. The actual operating system we're going to use both virtually, and we're going to be using it on a Raspberry Pi for those of you that may happen to have a Raspberry Pi. Now you can use a Raspberry Pi 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. We're not fussy, because the Raspberry Pi OS operating system will run, except the 64-bit ones, will run on all devices. So these are some of the networking components we'll be talking more about. And now I want to just make sure you all understand how we learn, because many folks are sometimes not realizing the way we actually learn nowadays. So this is the founder of MIT, and we're going to just look at the project that these folks did. First, they actually had a huge project for delivering one laptop per child in a lot of different African countries and poorer countries. And then they tried something different, which is learning where there are no schools. Now, I know most of you are not in school right now, so we're all going to be learning, and we're going to be learning and helping one another, but we want to make sure you understand that you don't need to read the book to learn. You actually do learning by hands-on far more effectively than if you just read the book. Because when you get the experience, it's like trying to learn how to, ice skate or ride a bicycle or snowboard or, do karate, right? You're not going to learn if you just watch the videos. Can you imagine, you're trying to do your fitness test if you've just been watching the videos, right? And now you've got to do your karate, first belt or whatever. I'm just giving you a random example. I don't do karate. I do Aikido and Qigong, but, there's just giving you some examples of we learn to do things not just by reading the book. The books are important. We learn much more effectively when we do it. And these kids in Ethiopia were given tablets with no instructions. You're going to see where they lived, or where they do live. Now, I've grown up in both Africa, England, and America. So I'm a balanced person, hopefully. And I'm going to just warn you all right in the beginning, if you don't maybe remember or know me, I've had many near-death experiences. I was in a special unit in law enforcement, and I've been shot, stabbed, and all of those crazy things. So I've got to tell you that should have hopefully balanced me to be non-egotistical. And one of our biggest issues we have for learning anything is people who already think they know it. And obviously, as I've realized in life, as we learn one thing, especially in technology, next month, it's going to be different. So you're not going to keep up to date with everything always, and you're never going to know everything. So get used to the fact that you don't know everything, and you've got to keep working pretty hard, building your skills to learn, to keep up, as you're going to see with these kids in Ethiopia.
Learning as something that is best approximated by computer programming. When you write a computer program, you've got to not just list things out and sort of take an algorithm and translate it into a set of instructions, but when there's a bug, and all programs have bugs, you've got to debug it. You've got to go in, change it, and then re-execute, and you iterate. And that iteration is really a very, very good approximation of learning. So that led to my own work with Seymour in places like Cambodia and the starting of one laptop per child. Enough TED Talks on one laptop per child, so I'll go through it very fast. But it did give us the chance to do something at a relatively large scale in the area of learning, development, and computing. Very few people know that one laptop per child was a $1 billion project, and it was, at least over the 7 years I ran it. But even more important, the World Bank contributed zero, USAID zero. It was mostly the countries using their own treasuries, which is very interesting. At least to me, it was very interesting in terms of what I plan to do next. So these are the various places it happened. I then tried an experiment, and the experiment happened in Ethiopia. And here's the experiment. Experiment is, can learning happen where there are no schools? And we dropped off tablets.
Well, now you can see the environment that... So you can see the environment that these folks live in, right? There's no big buildings and big city and big infrastructure or roads or anything. This is rural. And this is the part that everybody needs to understand, that technology is going to be made available, especially internet access, as a human right. So this is why they were experimenting with this way back. And you're going to see, so this is the part where you have to believe you can do this. And I want you all to know that you can do this. Okay, you've just got to remain positive. So whatever your mind is thinking nowadays is kind of what gets created. So if you're going to think positively, you're going to all learn a whole lot with us the whole day. If you're going to be thinking negatively, you're going to have a bit of a rough day. It's that simple, right? But as you can see, these kids are in the middle of rural Africa, Ethiopia, where they don't have hot running water. So those donkeys are transporting water, and also for the fuel that was used to generate, to use the generator to obviously charge these tablets.
With no instructions.
What? So they had no instructions, and they live in mud huts without any electricity. So we got to be really thankful where many of us are sitting right now. So I'm certainly thankful, and that's one of the reasons why I want to make sure I give back to the community. I'm not here to judge what country you come from, who you are, what your beliefs are. All we care about is trying to help people learn technology, because that's going to help others, use the technology in a much more safe way for everybody to be able to benefit from it. So these kids learned without a teacher. The whole day we're going to be learning, and we're going to be helping one another. So if you've got great links you want to share, go on ahead and share it with the group. We're going to make this session interactive by doing, and this is making sure we're just setting the stage for the day, making sure we take a moment and be thankful for where we are right now. Now I know some of us might be going through some tough times, but you know what, that's what makes us stronger. So believe in yourself, folks. You're going to see we're going to go through amazing stuff today as a group.
And let the children figure it out. And in a...
Well, so let the children figure it out, no instructions. His mom thinks he's probably, playing with some kind of, I don't know. Yeah, you can tell, right? She's like, what the heck? Because maybe in those villages, they might see a TV in one small, hut that's got some, a generator and so forth, right? Because There's no electricity mostly in these places.
A short period of time, they not only turned them on and were using 50 apps per child within 5 days, they were singing ABC songs within 2 weeks, but they hacked Android within 6 months. And so
Alright, so that's pretty clear. They hacked Android, and they did it because they were willing to help one another. So they always say, right, learn something like you're going to teach it. Because if you're going to be told you're going to go and have to teach it to somebody, well, first of all, it's a big fear for a lot of people to stand up in front of people and talk to them. And so this is also where you then pay more attention. But these kids were able to learn after 6 months of just playing with these devices all the time, installing applications. So they had obviously a generator to charge them, and then they also had internet access for them to obviously download apps and do all the things that you can do and we sometimes take for granted. So that was a quick warm-up, and now we're going to jump into actually looking at, when we discuss connecting to the network, we've got to also look at the electrical side. So we're going to look at from the actual cable, and then we'll be breaking it down, so the hardware and then the actual software. So that's a quick list of some of my background and experiences. I've been doing this for a long time, folks, and I started out as a computer hardware guy way back in the 1990s. Had a Commodore 64, and I used to get my backside beaten every now and then because I would take very expensive equipment apart, and my dad wasn't so happy when I would do that with expensive things, right? We grew up in Africa and England and America, so you know, Africa very dear to my heart, obviously, because we realize that knowledge is what can help people change their life. And so we're going to be looking at the network, some problems, some solutions, and we're going to break it down from there. So that's about all the PowerPoint you're going to be seeing from me. And the first thing we're going to be doing is actually setting up our hacking machine. Now today I'm going to be using VMware instead of VirtualBox, and the reason being is I want to obviously introduce you to VMware and then show you VMware Workstation on a Linux machine later, which will allow me to actually generate and build entire networks on top of my local physical network. So the first thing we want to actually do is go along and get a free Linux ISO. I would recommend going to Raspberry Pi. And the reason why using something like the Raspberry Pi, not for the actual physical Raspberry Pi, but you can actually go along to the software, and you're going to be able to actually download the ISO to install on a laptop, Mac, or virtual machine. So that way you're going to see us using basically Debian 32-bit, and we're then going to go along and install it, update it, making sure you understand the networking right from the beginning. And then we're going to go along and actually set up some of the core components. Like, we want to learn networking, we're going to be installing Wireshark, T-Shark, TCP dump. We're going to be looking at ARP, and then a lot of different man-in-the-middle attacks. And we'll be looking at the defense as well, where we're going to show you how to set up a firewall. So let's be honest, how many times do people nowadays look at their Windows firewall logs? And you're going to obviously see us build a Linux machine and then harden it. So we've got to be very careful with Windows, ladies and gentlemen. The reason being, Windows, there's a lot of zero-day attacks out there right now. So when we go along and we look at things that have been happening when we've seen some of these, you know, big Pegasus NSO group spyware targeting, you know, journalists and other folks in, you know, multiple different countries, we want to know how they were able to actually figure out they were really hacked on their cell phone. And so they'll explain a lot of the attacks, but the way that these folks, the Citizens Lab is a Canadian university, and the University of Toronto, I believe. I'll put that in the chat. And in order to investigate what could have obviously maybe been a compromised attack or an attack, whatnot. If they were suspecting they were hacked, they could then go along and actually install VPN software from the citizens lab, so that the lab researchers could then obviously monitor their metadata just by watching their internet traffic. So they were able to actually build a profile of exactly how these attacks took place. And they did it by looking at the traffic and the packets. And so that's why we need to really understand the network nowadays. Because when we look at the problem, we're just going to go along to Google Project Zero. Now, Project Zero is Google's reverse engineering, specialist A-team, ninjas. They're like, super smart folks. And we're going to go along and look at how Microsoft are throwing us under the bus. You pay a lot of money from Microsoft. You pay money for the operating system that may be added to the laptop you just bought, whatever the case is. Or you also pay them from a business point of view for a support contract, right? So these are one of the researchers showing how they were looking into the Windows firewall and whether certain restrictions would actually stop an application container sandboxed application from accessing the network. So being able to bypass the network restrictions in an application container sandbox is obviously pretty interesting from a security standpoint, because that's going to then allow the attack surface available to the application. So such as being able to access services on the local host, as well as granting access to intranet So this is pretty interesting, and this is why we need to be more aware that Microsoft may not be our friend. I'm just I'm stating the facts here, folks. I'm not talking about any conspiracy theory or anything crazy like that. We're looking at the fact that there's a weakness in which the Windows firewall allowed restrictions to be bypassed and actually allowed an application container process to access the network. And Microsoft, with all the money we pay them, decided it didn't meet the bar for a security bulletin, so it's marked as won't fix. Wow. All right, so this is just in case you folks are like, yeah, I'm super cool on Windows and I'm safe and I've got the Windows Defender and we trust Microsoft. Right, I'm just letting y'all know. So when we go along and we look at open source, we're looking at open source right now because if you're buying hardware devices, like maybe you go to your friendly Walmart or your Amazon, and even for you folks in other countries, you purchasing them online. Yeah. So this is not so cool, is it? Network devices that are being backdoored. So whether you are concerned with your network device or you just want to learn more about networking, because if you want to do anything in cyber, you need to know networking inside out. And that's, of course, for reasons that are pretty obvious. Like we want to be able to actually monitor if somebody's hacked our system. So when we look at a firewall, we're going to be installing a firewall. And thanks so much there for sharing the links there, folks. That's what I'm saying. Community effort. Y'all rock. We're going to have a lot of fun today because it's Saturday in most countries and we getting together as a group to learn. And believe you me, folks, when I'm doing hands-on skills training like this for free, I'm doing it because I know I'm going to learn from it too as well. So we want to help one another. And this is the part where if we don't get in and actually offer one of our most important attributes, our asset, is our time. And so I want to make sure I'm sharing my time with the whole group. This is where you can go along and download the Debian version 10. It's Debian Buster. The latest version is actually Debian 11. I think it's Bullseye. So the actual Raspberry Pi hardware device, so if you go down to the software and you look at downloading the installer, it's like a Windows program. That's one way of doing it. And oh, if you want to install this manually, like we would prefer, and there you can actually see which OS you can install. So your main Raspberry Pi, latest version, just released, kernel 5.15, Debian Bullseye 11. So if any of you folks have a Raspberry Pi, I do, and I'm going to be using it for when we go through and actually show you the networking, when you've got to find things on your network, and you've got to do some basic things that maybe some of you haven't looked at doing before, because for me, when I was doing technology, I was always thinking about, you know, what's underneath the bonnet, so to say, right? Like, what's underneath the case that the router is all, you know, got like a plastic or steel case. What's underneath, as you'll see. So if you're going to be using a physical Raspberry Pi, I would recommend the one with the full software. So if you go along and you copy that link, you will see when you download it, it's going to be a .xz or XZ for some of you folks in Europe. That just means it's a compressed image. And so when you download that, either for a Raspberry Pi physical device, you got to have a physical Raspberry Pi. This image will support all Raspberry Pi models. Now, if you want to use a 64-bit operating system, which is obviously very different to 32-bit in performance, if the application supports it, of course, then you'll be rocking and rolling if you have that hardware, of course. So either way, you're going to be able to get along most awesomely. And let's jump into some hands-on, folks. So this is VMware Workstation. You can use a trial license. Now, the reason why I'm using VMware Workstation is because it will allow me to do a little bit more reliable networking things, and I want to show you that, you know, you can actually use a lot of cool things within VMware, but VirtualBox is equally just as good, except the networking is a little bit more complicated for explaining how the physical network works, and in the virtual network, it's just easier to look at VMware networking first. And once you know more about networking, then y'all can go along and say, hey, well, I'm going to go and learn to figure out VirtualBox. And you will learn so much by setting up the network as well. And so we're also going to be showing you how to set up a highly weaponized, artificially intelligent Raspberry Pi Zero. This is a project called Ponagotchi. And Ponagotchi really is a Raspberry Pi Zero with an e-ink screen. You don't have to have the e-ink screen. And it's going to be running some software that we'll be installing and setting up today. So we want to just make sure everybody's got all the links for the things we're going to need. And so if you are going to want to use Ponagotchi, it means you need to have a Raspberry Pi, preferably a Raspberry Pi Zero, because you'll have other little issues that will take you a bit more time to resolve on other boxes. So there's the link for your BetterCap. And as you'll see, BetterCap is a Swiss Army knife for network hacking because it supports Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, low energy, wireless HID hijacking. And we're going to be focusing a lot more on IPv4 today, but I will also go in and show you some of the IPv6 equal attacks. So when we look at using IPv4, that is your addressing for your TCP/IP. So TCP/IP IPv4 is 32-bit addressing, whilst IPv6 is 128-bit addressing, allowing for scalability. So you can use BetterCap from a command line, which is what we'll be using it more interactively. But then we're going to be showing you how you can actually build very, 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 did I say very malicious network attacks? I think I did, yeah. So yeah, you're going to be able to see us build a caplet, which is basically where we're going to script pretty advanced things. So we're going to go right from the beginning, build everything up, and do it as a group. So you all can follow along. Of course, we're going to start off with setting up a new virtual machine. So we're going to go say File, New Virtual Machine. So what you have to understand is when we look at learning, you actually have two brains. You also have your subconscious and conscious. So when you are awake, you are consciously awake, right? When you go to sleep at night, your information from your conscious awake state is then uploaded to your long-term storage called your subconscious mind. So it's basically like a computer system. When you build a computer system, you have RAM, random access memory. And then when you install the operating system, you're generally going to be using the hard disk. Oh, and the hard disk that's your long-term storage. So maybe it's going to be a spindle-based disk, or maybe it's going to be a solid-state disk, right? But this is where you're going to start seeing we got to understand technology, and we understand that technology really also comes from Mother Nature. So we'll be showing you how everything is interconnected. You just don't realize it yet, because, you know, we're going to show you some cool things that I learned in life through hard lessons. So we go through this nice little wizard. And it's saying, what operating system do you want to install? Now remember, I've got a physical machine here, folks, that's connected to a physical network through cable. If I was using Wi-Fi, it's going to be a little bit laggy sometimes when doing webinars like this, because, you know, you might be 100 feet away from the wireless access point, or in other places you might be 200 feet away, or you might be in an apartment complex where you've got 5 other, you know, actually probably like, you know, 10 apartments above you and 10 apartments below you, all with Wi-Fi access points. So everybody in those areas are like drowning each other with radio frequency. Y'all, I'm just saying, we got to know about these things, because there's a lot of crazy things that we can learn from acoustics. And so, yes, we're talking about networking, but we also want to understand the way we communicate. So this is something I'm going to be showing you later on. A guy from Michigan University, a university professor, and we'll be looking at one of his recent papers. Yeah, just in case some of you folks, we got some younger generation here and you've been doing machine learning, AI, or you have got an opinion about artificial intelligence where you don't like it, and many of times people don't like things because they don't understand it. So, oh, this is a pretty interesting paper. So when we start thinking about technology, we need to understand that very many of the things we're looking at nowadays is going to be used to help protect people, maybe in medicine. And so as you can see, his research is basically science-based security on embedded systems, medical devices, autonomous transportation, healthcare delivery, manufacturing, Internet of Things. And yes, very, very interesting. So this is a great, very community involved professor with a lot of research. So we're going to talk about communication. All right, so like I said, we are going to be looking at, it's like, you know, you've got a body, you've got a voice, you got ears, you got your different technology components. So when we go along and install this virtual machine, we're going to say we've got the ISO, which is basically we've downloaded, and I will just find where the ISO is that I downloaded for Raspberry Pi OS. So the latest version there was from 2001. So this is just stored on a separate partition in a folder called ISOs. It's an image of a CD or a DVD. Now remember, a CD, a compact disc, normally you have a CD-ROM, a compact disc, read-only media. All right, you're all following. So as we go along and install this, this is going to be Debian 10. And it's just X, so it's 32-bit. And we're going to go along and give that a name. So net packin VM 2022-5. So you can basically have some kind of naming convention that allows you to understand what it is you're going to be using. Now when you specify the disk capacity, it's not going to take 120 gig that I'm going to use here, because I'm saying split this virtual disk, and then you can actually choose to either take all the space now, or you can just allow it to expand as you need the space. So now we're going to go along and just customize the hardware. So it's going to be the same thing, folks. If you have to build a physical computer, you put the motherboard in, you put the memory in, you put all your other peripherals like your graphics card and your CD-ROM, your DVD-ROM, or whatever else you use in your hard drive. So this is just us saying, okay, the hardware is built for us. So we're going to just go along and set up 4 gig of RAM if you have that space. That should be a good amount. And I'm able to go along and give it maybe 2 processors, whatever your physical machine is capable of doing. And you're going to see by default when we create a new virtual machine, it's going to be plugged in to a different virtual network. That means that this network that's virtual, called network address translated, you've got 3 different types of networks in VMware, as you'll be quickly reminded. So we go along and say, cool, we've changed some of those settings. Say finish. And now we go along and say, okay, before you just jump into start this up, make sure we go and look at the networking in VMware. And so yeah, we go to the edit virtual network editor. And when you first open it up, I'm using a Windows machine today because there's things I want to obviously show you about some of the weaknesses. And of course, I'm going to be also showing you my other main machine, which is a Linux machine, where I'm going to be able to do a lot more on a Linux machine, because Windows, you in a box and you're not able to get out your own box because it's commercial and proprietary, the same as Apple Mac. You're going to see the vendors are not always our best friends because they're not able to really keep our systems themselves safe, meaning they might not have a fix yet for a 0 day because it's being used by some, state-sponsored hacker. Somebody was asking for a link for VMware trial license. If you don't find it, just go and Google VMware trial license. And like I said, I would get a VMware workstation trial license, not the player, because the player you're going to be limited to what you can actually set up. And just remember, folks, this has been recorded. So for now, VMware is pretty easy. If you've got VirtualBox, just go ahead and install on VirtualBox for now, so you won't be left behind. Right? And of course, I'm doing this now so we can actually then get into some of the theoretical information where it's going to be important for us to understand some of the basics when we look at TCP/IP, because it's a mathematics that is running the way your networking is communicating, right? So you're going to be using an IP address, and we're going to talk more about transmission control protocol, TCP/IP. So this is my separate virtual network. So this network is running separately to my physical network I'm running here in my lab. All right, so this is going to be running on top of my physical machine. So that means we're going to be showing you how your physical machine is going to it is going to allow you to communicate. So when we've set up our virtual machine, we're going to show you that you're going to be able to communicate with your physical machine, but you're not always able to communicate with your virtual machine unless you go along and set up some of the networking. So you will go ahead, and if you go ahead and say, well, whenever you might think you've got VMware networking issues, maybe because you're working in the same office as 20 other developers or something, and they've all got VMware, and some of you folks, when you've got virtual NAT subnets, if you've got people with the same virtual NAT subnet, you're going to have some traffic that's going to be like, fighting for survivability, basically. So here we can go along, and the first thing we'll do is I'm going to go along and say restore the defaults. So this is going to restore all of my VMware networking defaults. It's actually going to uninstall the networking, and then it's going to reinstall it. So I'll say, yeah, let's do that. So there it's, now installing the network components, the network services. So you're going to have virtual network adapters. Now, folks, for some of you folks that are going to be like, when I go along and I set up my Raspberry Pi, let me turn on my camera. So at times today when we go along and I want to show you and demonstrate some hardware to you, I'll turn on my camera. And so this is a Raspberry Pi that I'm going to plug it into my computer. There's no Ethernet port here, folks. Okay, there's no Ethernet port here. So this physical computer, there's a battery, there's an e-ink screen, and the Raspberry Pi is the middle one. So this is a highly weaponized network, computer system. And so when we plug it into my computer, or if you have one too, you're going to see how it's going to be set up as an RNDIS gadget. So what that means is it's going to be able to set up networking. So when I plug it into my Windows desktop, it's actually going to set up a Windows adapter, a network adapter. As you'll see, when we've now reinstalled all these adapters, you can now see that my NAT network changed. So in VMware, your host-only network means that your guest machine can only speak to your host machine. It cannot talk to the internet or other things. So it's like isolated, right? And you've got different purposes for using host-only. And bridging, when VMware uses bridging, I hate it because it always uses auto-bridging. Now that means normally if you've got a wireless adapter and an Ethernet adapter, it will try and say I want to use auto-bridging. But I'm going to go along and say, well, I've got Wi-Fi disabled, so I'm going to go along and use one of my physical adapters, my Ethernet adapters for this. So here I can see my physical adapters. So that means I'm bridging because I want my Ethernet physical adapter to be the one that's bridged because I don't use wireless. So if you obviously are connected to a hotel network, then you can go along and say, well, if you want your host machine, like we're about to install the Raspberry Pi OS, if you want that operating system to be able to connect to the hotel network and hotspot, then you need to set it to bridged. If you want to set up your own network subnet because it's more secure and safer because you have your own network subnet, then use NAT. So as you'll see, we just changed some of the basics there from auto bridging. And once I apply that, it changes that immediately. And my NAT is now set up. And this is why when you look at VMware for Linux, you won't have this limitation. So when I go along and I want to create another virtual network adapter, and I want to say I want this additional virtual adapter to be using NAT, Microsoft are going to say, look, bro, sorry, man, you've got to pay more money or use a free operating system that's actually smarter than I. Because Windows is not going to allow you to use multiple NAT networks. So only one network can be set to NAT. I'm just saying now, maybe Microsoft might have been paid a lot of money by somebody to put some weird backdoor in there. Because let's be honest, right? Project Zero, if you've just joined us and you weren't following, remember Microsoft is not our friend. They're throwing us under the bus. They're telling us that they got a weakness in the firewall. The Project Zero folks are the reverse engineer ninjas from Google. And these folks reported this to Microsoft, and Microsoft marked this as won't fix. Unfortunately, Microsoft decided it didn't meet the bar, the level to go and fix this. Maybe because they didn't want to fix it. So if you trust Microsoft, stop, don't. Don't trust anybody actually, because you always got to verify and validate things. And nowadays, when we know what happened in the United States of America back in 2015, again, I'm not picking on any one nation state here, folks. All of the folks are doing this. So I don't want to have anybody think that because I'm showing certain things that it's all like, China or Russia or Timbuktu or whoever it is. All of the folks are doing this because they're trying to fight for power on the technology side, right? So when you look at a lot of technology companies back in 2018, they published this article. There were implants on a lot of the infrastructure like Amazon, Apple. So it was a supply chain attack. Wow. And as you can see, that tiny little chip is not very easy to find. So when you know how to monitor the network, you're going to be a lot safer. And so there we now have a reason why Windows, you pay all this money for an operating system and it's not very freaking intelligent. Yeah. Just remind me later on if I forget to show you all when you use Windows Office, because a lot of times Windows Office is used as a launch into your environment. Well, Windows Office, you shouldn't be looking at, being secure, because all Office documents are actually saved as a zip file. But it doesn't tell you that. You think it's a docx extension and it really isn't. All Office documents are actually compressed. So we've now set up our basic networking. And now I'm going to go along and power up my virtual machine. Okay, this is not like rocket science, folks. This is pretty straightforward. And of course, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure we are offering free training. We want to increase the skills gap. There is a current shortage of skilled cybersecurity professionals. Now, some of you know me. I've been in the industry for a long time. I've always wanted to help people learn how to get the skills, and of course, very often I'll teach a course for various different organizations. And this is the part where we got to help people get to the part where they actually go, oh, learning by doing just the hands-on. When you see how we're going to do today, we'll have a group chat as we go through today, but you're going to see how much more you're going to have learned. If we're just reading the PowerPoint and talking about the PowerPoint, y'all be sleeping already. So, if you've just joined us, we are installing the Raspberry Pi OS, which is running Debian. It's Linux. And I'm going to take you through doing this easy with a graphic user interface. So we'll do a GUI install. And yes, when I went to school in England, the British do speak English, but depends on what part of England you live in. Because when I first got to England, coming from South Africa, we're back and forth. My dad's English, my mum's from Africa, and then America as well. So when I got to school in England, all the British kids were greeting me, but I didn't understand what they were saying, because they were speaking with a very strong British accent. They were like, right mate. And I was like, I was scared to say anything because I didn't know. And they were apparently saying, all right mate. But they were, the Cockney accent is like, right mate, you know what I mean, right mate. And yeah, I thought I'd just share with you because we're having fun. It's Saturday and we're installing Debian. So if you're going like, oh, it's Saturday morning, I'm installing Debian. I've been in this industry also so some of you might be veterans too. And like I said, everybody's welcome. Doesn't matter what your religious beliefs are, your color skin. We are all different on the outside. But as we're now going through this install, we want to help you remember, if you don't know some basics about your body, you need to understand a few things, that your body is a very advanced electrical machine. I know some of you are going to be like, what? Electrical machine? So this is the part where I will show you the professionals talk about it. I'm not a doctor by all means, and I'm going to make sure that you always verify and validate things that people tell you. But I'm going to be showing you your body works very well when you know how to use the tools. So everybody's looking different on the outside, but on the inside, most of us have got the same components. I've lost a few pieces along the way, from injuries and whatnot, like maybe some of you have. So when we go along and we learn Debian, you've got to go and set it up by use the entire disk. You've got to then go along and maybe set up the encryption. You've got to practice doing this multiple ways, folks. So for today, we're just going to show you the basics. Use the entire disk. And so now it's going to say, oh, I've got a virtual hard disk. So I'll say continue. And now you can actually see that it's saying, hey, do you want to put all your files in one partition, or do you want to set up multiple partitions? So I just said the default, one partition. And at the end, you can now see the summary of, now you realize when you set up a Windows machine, it's going to create a primary partition, which would be NTFS. So Windows uses a different partition table called New Technologies File System. Linux, he's using ext4, and then you're going to have a swap partition, which is where if you need more memory and you don't have physical RAM, it will be able to use your hard disk for swapping out memory. It's not very fast if you don't have a solid state hard disk, but nowadays if you have a Raspberry Pi 4 with 8 gig of RAM, you've got a pretty freaking high-end computer there, folks. So we're going to say finish partitioning and write changes to disk. And yes, we'll say write that to disk. And then the final question will be, once it's finished installing, well, now it's obviously partitioning, and then it's going to copy all the files to disk. Once it's finished, we're going to have to install the bootloader, grub. So at this point, for those of you who are a little bit new to technology, we're going to be showing you, first of all, how your body functions, because if we have to go along and build artificial intelligence, many people don't understand what AI is or what it isn't, and what machine learning is, and what all other various different subsections from artificial intelligence is. But as you will see, we're going to help you understand that to make sure you can take everything we're doing, you can then connect that to what we build as a neural network. Some of you are going like, Wayne, what's a neural network? A neural network is basically when we go along and build a brain artificially. That's your AI will use a neural network. And I'm sure I've probably got a little quick intro of that, but before we go into looking at some of Elon Musk's weird things, we want to take you through the fact that you've got a second brain. Now, some of you are going to be going like, Wayne, what the freaking hell are you talking about, yeah, bro? We got a second brain? Well, let me just ask you this question first of all. How many of you in the group know you have a second brain? Because my first question was, wait a second, I'm not sure if I believe if I've got a second brain or not. But the first question is, if you had a second brain and you didn't know you had a second brain, wouldn't you want to know about the fact that you've got a second brain, and that means you're going to be able to do like double cool things? I'm just saying, right? So this knowledge is knowledge that I've gained by not just reading a book, folks. This is by me actually going through life and doing things. Now, if you've never heard of meditation because you have a religious belief, you can go along and do exercise where you breathe in, like Qigong. Qi is energy. Or you can do yoga, the Indian style. Or you can do ballroom dancing. Or you got to realize that your body is an electrical machine. And if you want to learn anything, you got to make sure you've got electricity, sufficient electricity in your body. So just before you all think I'm going to be, going off on the deep end, I am not. But I will be showing you that Dr. Jerry Tennant is actually a doctor, not just a medical practitioner, but also a homeopathic doctor. And we'll be looking at that a bit later, making sure you understand that he's going to show behind what I'm talking about, exactly what I'm saying, that your body stores electricity. But many people don't know that. And the reason being is because they don't do much exercise. So whilst we are learning the whole day, if any of you are sitting down, you're going to need to, every 45 minutes, take a break. So on the hour, and every hour, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. And this is, again, making sure you understand that when we've just built this virtual machine, it's like our body. And so I didn't see anybody want to know about your second brain, right? So the British scientists discovered we got a second brain. I didn't know about this for a very long time. And when I realized we got a second brain, I was like, hell yeah, I want to know about the second brain. I've got to learn technology, and this technology keeps changing. And then one week it's doing this, and next week it's doing that. And so we got to make sure we can learn things as easy as possible. All right, so we're going to be taking a quick 10-minute break because it's almost on the hour. And then if you want to know more about the second brain, then we'll be happy to give you a quick few minutes intro, reminding you of how you also learn. So that's also going to be very important, making sure when we look at the design of a computer system, it very much resembles and matches the design of how our bodies function, our conscious awareness, our conscious mind, and then your subconscious mind is both yours, but one's used when you're awake and one's used when you're asleep, more so. So first we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We are on the hour, and before we take the quick 10-minute break, we want to make sure our operating system is going to be finished installing, and we're going to then be able to just update that before we take a 10-minute break. So that was the bell for the 10-minute break. And we're going to save the bootloader on the default hard drive. So you'll know where to obviously get your operating system files when we reboot this system. And so once we've finished installing this, we're going to want to go along and make sure we do all the updates. And there's not that many, but at least you'll then see we've just installed a Linux machine. We're then going to be building some of the core tools we're going to want to use today. And all of this, whilst you're looking at that, should be put into notes that I will be sharing with the group, because one of the most important things you need to be able to do when you're learning is start building your notes. So I will be taking notes with you folks. If you've never heard of Cherry Tree is a free note-taking application. So somebody, if you can just do a quick Google, it's Cherry Tree download. It's something like Gesaipen or Gasum or something. It's an Italian name, I think. If you can just put that in the chat, that would be great. And so here on Debian, I'm just saying continue. It's completed the installation. So it's just removing the live packages. And I'm then going to basically do the update before we take a quick 10-minute break. So the update, we're going to do a simple command. We will do sudo apt update, and then we'll add another command to that, and then we'll do apt full upgrade -y. So that would be basically to do your full updates from a terminal, your command line program. And it's almost done. Right, so there it's rebooting. And there I can see my bootloader. So now I'm just letting it actually boot the operating system. I can say here in VMware, yes, I finished installing. And now you can see it's booting the Raspberry Pi implementation of Debian Linux. So the first thing here will just be to go through the basics there, showing you, okay, what IP address you have, what keyboard layout you want to use, what state are you in, and then we're not going to just do the updates through the GUI here. We're going to go along and actually do the updates. So make sure you go along and set your password. And then say skip on the update software. So that's the initial, just setting that up. And so the very first thing we're going to do is open up the terminal there. And we're going to say apt update. Actually, we need to run that as root. So we're going to say super user do apt update. And you got the command there in the chat. And you're going to add another command, apt full upgrade -y. So yes, to install all the updates. And so they're going to give you this message saying there's one repository that's changed its value. So do you want to accept these changes? Say yes. Yes again. And again. And again. So that's just making sure you accept to do the updates from those repositories. And now we'll take our, oh, oops, almost. Now this is a bit of a weird thing sometimes with free stuff. This command should have worked, but for whatever reason, the way this version of Linux was set up, it's actually not going to allow us to run it like from that prompt. So instead of just saying sudo, this is the way we learn things, right? We're now going to change to a root session by using sudo su. And now when I go along and paste that same command, it will work. So it just didn't want to work when I ran it as, you know, the sudo command, which is superuser do. Make sure you actually first change your normal user session to root by using the sudo su command. So superuser do su means open up your terminal as a root session. So if I go along now, the updates are happening, and I do Control Shift T, you can see I'm a normal user. So sudo su will change to root. All right? You need to run that command I gave you as root, and you'll be golden. So when we come back from our 10-minute break, we'll have a fully updated Raspberry Pi running Debian, and we'll be ready to rock and roll with some of our networking, folks. Hope you're enjoying the session so far. Thank you so much for all of your attendance and being with us, and everybody posting and helping out. Great community. We're going to have a great event and a lot of fun. So thank you so much, everybody. Give yourselves a great pat on the back because you're doing great, and you can do this. We can do it even better as a group when we lose the ego and we do it as we go. And yeah, thanks for my my typo there. Alrighty, folks. We're back. And just wanted to answer some questions. So if you attended one of my last sessions, we recorded it, but the automatic recording links don't get sent out. So hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Linux Hacking Stage 1. And that was as you could hear. So I'll give you the link right now. It's available on YouTube. And it's the whole course. So I'm experimenting. I haven't done a whole lot of this using with Zoom. So today the session I'm recorded this time to the cloud. And I'm hoping that it's going to automatically send out the emails. But right now there's a couple of issues that we're having to resolve with technology. And this is the part where this is the first couple of sessions we've been running. So we just working through some teething technical problems. So if any of you wanted to attend the Linux Hacking Stage 1, we will be running it again in July. And with these free workshops, you're going to see things keep changing. So when we go through, we basically set a set of objectives. And as you can see, this is Cherry Tree. So we're just going through with the basics of, as we're going through doing this, you can go along and actually take screenshots and then put it in your own notes. So as we do the install, you're going to see we can actually look at the bash history in Linux. So all the updates are finished. And so anything we do today, you can always go along and look at the actual bash history by typing history. Bash is just basically your terminal prompt, and you can take a screenshot from Windows by using the Shift Windows key and then S. And so there you could just be adding that to your notes, right? So this is the whole part, folks. When we want to learn, you want to make sure you take notes of that command, because when we learn, we want to do it repetitively so we will remember that. And so that was all the updates. And now the next thing we're going to have to do, as you'll see, is, well, my screen resolution's a bit poor. Well, this is a virtual machine. So one of the things that you normally do when you set up a virtual machine, if you're using VirtualBox, you would be having to install the same thing, because you've got to install some of the drivers and extra files, which is generally called your virtual tools, your VM tools. So we're going to go along now and run another install. So if you get stuck and you're not sure what APT is, some of you know it as Advanced Persistent Threat. Well, in Linux, you can go along and use the manual command, the man, short for manual, and APT. It is your advanced packaging tool. And of course, this is why we love Linux, because it's very easy to get information about the operating system. So next up is to actually go along and install the open virtualization tools. So we go along and say apt install open-vm-tools. We hit enter, and now it's going to go along and install the open VM tools, which will automatically, as you'll see, it's going to automatically install drivers that my screen resolution will actually change. And thank you so much there, Shiv. You are amazing as always. It's good to see some of you same folks back. As you know, we've got to play it forward. So all I ask of people is the things I'm teaching you, freely share it and teach it to others as well. If we learn to do things for our ego because we want to show off, you're going to have a tough time. So if you're going to learn to do things because you want to really learn it so you can help others, you're going to learn it just like that because you want to help others. So again, you can take screenshots of everything I'm doing. This is being recorded, so it will be made available to the masses. We want to get this information so people can use the training and the skills building to do it themselves. And getting skills is not so easy nowadays. You know, I once had somebody ask me, so what's the best book to read to get good skills? See, so that, you know, kind of a bit of a problem. But as you could see, as I did the install there of the Open VM tools, it's now automatically resized my desktop, so now I've got the full screen, right? Pretty cool. And so once we've done that, let's go along and pause a sec so some of you can catch up. And this is a quick point of the scientific evolution keeps evolving. If you think you know it, you're going to have a problem learning, because you've got to have an open mind. And the only way you're going to learn it is by not making judgment of if you think it's real or not, but actually go along and try and do it first, build it. Because there's a lot of fake information on the internet. There's true information and there's fake information. Absolutely, because good and bad have to coexist with everything. So this is, when we go along and investigate something, we want to go and look at correlating that. So this guy's going to say, well, the British said this, the Chinese said that, the Indian said that, the different to all the different cultures. You're going to want to verify and validate things that people say. And this can all be verified and validated scientifically and medically. So you have a second brain. If you know how to actually activate your second brain, y'all are going to be able to do some awesome things. And this is for you, to help you understand technology is a lot more than what we may have believed it to be.
Discover that we have a second brain. Human is a very important bio battery that can be charged, can store and get energy. Or some people depending on coffee, depending on the smoke, to stimulate the body. We fool the body to give us energy. People are success because they know how to focus and concentrate their energy. When people are not success, the mind go one way, the eye go one way, the heart go one way. So energy very scattered and you lose energy.
You're 73 years old. You don't get sick, do you?
No, for a long time. Qi is an energy. In Chinese we call Qi. In India we call Prana. In many systems they have different names for that.
What do the West call it? What do the Americans call it?
We call energy.
Energy.
Or we
Okay.
call electromagnetic power. And we are electrical man.
And woman, of course. And so, yes, we have electricity in us. And so we want to fast forward to the fact that the British scientists, they discovered we got this new organ, right? And they discovered that we got the second brain 100 years ago. So it wasn't something but they didn't know what to do with it back then. And so again, folks, if you know about this, cool. If you don't, then this might help you, right?
Second brain, there 100 years ago. Until now, they still don't know what to do. But now they just, after 100 years, they have a breakthrough. Now they discover that we have another organs in the...
Female presenters don't stand like this.
They call them mesentery.
Okay. So we got the second brain called the mesentery organ. And as you're going to realize that second brain, it's almost like we got a physical machine with virtualized operating systems. Aha. That's got its own brain, kind of, so it's the second brain, and maybe you can go along and add another brain to that, right? Awesome. Thanks for sharing again.
This organ actually control all the digestion.
Oh, so now I think I'm getting it, right? And this is the part where, yeah, I'm just telling you about my experiences, so maybe it will help some other folks as well, right? Because growing up in different countries, you land up eating different types of food all the time, and this mesentery organ is controlling your digestion, basically, and that means whatever you eat, and if you're eating bad quality food, like processed food, you need a lot more electricity to digest that type of food. So when I started realizing that, I mean, you know, folks, when we were in South Africa, you know, we were a big family, and my parents weren't rich. We were given all the love and everything we ever needed, but, you know, we weren't rich, so we ate home-cooked food, and it was great. But then in England's a different culture, so there's, like, you know, Chinese and Indian takeaways on every corner, and British pubs on, you know, double on each corner, because that, you know, that's the cultural thing, right? And so in different countries where we were living, I didn't realize that these things are so important. So again, when I learned this because I was having to build artificial intelligence, I started changing the way I, look after my body. Because I want to learn more, I want to make sure I've got more electricity to do more things. It's like, hello, if our cell phone's battery's flat, we're not going to be going to post anything to wherever. I think we get this. So this is about making sure you got enough electricity, first of all.
Absorption and elimination. So they have one like conductor. It's a big organ, covered the spleen, the stomach, the pancreas, the liver, the small intestine, the large intestine. They cover them and they dilate them. Now I understand that, this is what the Tao always talk about this. The center of these new organs is in the center of the navel, right here, right in here.
Okay.
Actually about this big.
Okay, so we can fast forward now. And the other very important thing is, as you are sitting down, many of you are sitting down today. I'm not. I'm going to be standing. And the reason being is because if you're sitting down the whole time, you're going to be sitting down on your spinal cord pump, basically. And you need to be able to charge your battery by getting energy to your brain. So this is going to be a very simple exercise that you can do sitting down in your own chair. So if you're sitting down and your batteries are feeling not charged, and you don't have enough energy, you're going to be able to just activate your spinal cord fluid pump by moving forward. And he's going to show you a simple breathing technique. So again, when I tried these things, I was like, whoa, hang on, these things actually work. So don't make a judgment about anything unless you've tried it. That's where we try and get our kids to eat food that looks weird, right? Yeah, we know sometimes, good luck to that. But this is, again, scientifically and medically proven.
Because we have the fluid inside, and everything is a fluid floating. So the first step in the Tao say, hey, the first step, we have the spinal cord fluid floating in the spine.
Okay.
And when we sit on a pump.
So if you've ever been to any Asian countries, very early in the morning, you'll normally see a lot of people doing these, either yoga, Tai Chi, and also they're doing that because they want to allow their blood to flow through their whole machine. It's like having an engine in a motor car and only putting oil in one quarter of the engine. Well, guess what? The rest of the other engine is going to seize. I don't have a good analogy for some of you ladies, but that's generally how. So when we're sitting down on our spinal cord fluid pump. So that is why every hour, on the hour, we take a 10-minute break so you can actually get your batteries charged. Aha. Or if you don't step up, then you can just sit down and you're going to see the simple exercise that you can charge your batteries yourself for free.
So that we have the second pump and cranial pump.
Okay.
So that is the major part.
Okay.
So a very simple exercise, we say, moving the spinal cord fluid and the brain fluid.
Okay.
So what we do, we inhale, we go like this. We inhale, you expand your chest,
Okay.
you expand your stomach, and your neck go like this. Okay, your chin go back.
Okay.
And now when you exhale, you curve down. So you curve everything down. Inhale. Exhale. Curve enough that you feel, because we have two tendons there. When you curve them, you activate the pump.
Okay.
So inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Smile. Breathing in. Go.
All right, yes, you are at the right place. So if you've just joined us, that was making sure everybody knows that if you're sitting down the whole day, your batteries are going to be very, weak. So you need to make sure you stay focused. And there you can see, always verify and validate this information. Now, when you heard your body's got a battery, and basically everything is about having enough voltage in your system. If any of you have ever been to the hospital and they want to do a medical check, they're going to go along and do an ECG. They're going to check your electricity flowing in your body, right? And again, these are things where when you're looking at the internet, you're learning how to do networking, and you're going to have to look at building the network and then trying to secure it and then trying to break into it, right? So this is Dr. Jerry Tennant. And again, I'm making sure that you all understand a few things, how our computers function is very similar to the, way our bodies function in a lot of ways. So this guy basically was doing an operation, and he got infected with the virus from the operation he was doing. He was doing LASIK surgery, and basically he got really sick, and none of his doctor friends could help him heal. And so he had to go along and learn about how he could do different methods of healing. And so this is, again, when you look at this, if you are not doing some basic exercise, your entire body is weak and you're not generating new cells. Every day you lose millions of cells because they die. So every 7 years, if your body's healthy, every 7 years you regenerate new cells. So again, this is just the real scientific and medical proof behind exactly what I'm saying, right? So this is where you can actually see voltage from the muscle batteries go to the lateral. I was like, and now I'm not a doctor, okay? But what I am able to help you with is making sure you know how to use your machine so that people realize on the outside we are all different looking, but on the inside, when we learn to use our body and our brain properly, we can do some amazing things. So yeah, I'm not going to play much of it because you can go along and watch this if you're interested in it. This is just pointing out the real proof that your body, it's been studied many, many more times. And obviously now with like Elon Musk and his Neuralink implant, yeah, I think they know how to monitor our body with what is going through our body. So yes, that's from a real doctor. And we can now jump back to technology because we build in our Linux machine. We have now basically gone along and done some updates. We're going to go and set up some software. So in the networking world, when we start looking at computers being networked, well, we got to go back to the physical side of it first. So when people are learning networking, what's very hard sometimes is that you're learning networking virtually, right? And so, well, how do two machines communicate? Well, so we want to go along and install some networking tools first. So we're going to go along and say apt install. So we're going to install Wireshark. Now Wireshark is going to be used to sniff our network traffic and then read it and analyze that. So apt advanced packaging tool space install Wireshark. Say yes, you want to install Wireshark. Now you could go along and choose to install all the packages, but I wanted to make sure I'm going to go through giving you a brief explanation. So when we go along and install Wireshark, generally you wouldn't want a non-super user to be able to capture packets. So you should allow them to read captured traffic already, but you shouldn't really allow a non-root account to obviously have the ability to sniff the packets, because it's like good old Snowden, right? Maybe he was sniffing all the traffic, and when you're sniffing all the traffic and somebody goes along and is downloading a document and you sniffing the traffic, you can extract the document from the PCAP, the packet capture file you're sniffing, or you're creating because you're sniffing the traffic. So we're going to say no, and that's just the install of Wireshark. Now, Wireshark is a tool that you can use to sniff the traffic, and it will then create a packet capture file with all the packets in. And then you can read that capture traffic. It's a read-only tool. You cannot replay traffic with Wireshark. It's a sniff the traffic and read the traffic. You cannot send traffic with Wireshark. Next up, we want to now go along and use T-Shark. Now T-Shark is part of Wireshark. It's a command line version, but it's not installed by default. So we got to go along. As you see, I try to run T-Shark. It's not there. Next tool we want to install is apt install T-Shark. Now, what's different with T-Shark is it's your terminal shark. It's your command line sniffer. And so when we install in our command line sniffer, very often we're going to have to want to automate things. And so with T-Shark, we can be doing so many really awesome things. Now, some of you might come from a SOC, Security Operations Center, where you might be responsible for managing the threat intel feeds, or you might be responsible for level 2 triage. So this is where we need to know. Very often we learn networking with free tools, and when you go and work in a SOC, you can then use whatever commercial software they use because you've learned how to do it on the free tools. So we always like to teach people to use the free tools, because then they're going to actually think out the box, and they're going to really be learning about that, because free tools are very, very flexible, as you're going to see. And also, if any of you want to do some of the afternoon hacking, we're going to be doing some of the installs on our Raspberry Pi machine. But also, if you wanted to use a virtual machine with a lot of the other network attack tools, then you can go along and download Kali Linux virtual machine, or for a Raspberry Pi, or the ISO for a physical machine, whatever preferred. And so right now, we've now just installed T-Shark. And next up, we're going to go along and say, oh, well, show us the manual for T-Shark. So remember, with Linux, we can always go along and be like, oh, cool. So T-Shark allows us to dump and analyze network traffic. And as we want to be taking some of our notes now, I will be sharing my notes with the group, but I always recommend and encourage you all to be taking notes. Of course, this is a Saturday course, so I'm making sure I'm doing the work all for you folks. And of course, you can then go along and take some of my notes and merge them with your notes. So as you can see, doing the actual Linux workstation setup, we want to go along and say subnode, best, open source tools. So naturally, Linux is free, open source. Unix is not. There's actually patents, so you normally have to have licensing and whatnot for Unix. So under the open source tools, we've just installed Wireshark. You can add more details for Wireshark. And this is us creating a mind map, right? So books are outdated as soon as they're written. So instead of us writing or reading somebody's out-of-date book, as we're going to go and do this and we build this with these tools, you're going to have this as your walking encyclopedia that you keep adding stuff to as you learn more networking stuff. You'll be able to add the notes to it, because when you add notes, it means you're doing repetition learning. You're not just going to forget it because you're repetitive in your process. So after Wireshark, we added the T-Shark. And after T-Shark, we're going to add TCP dump as well, another packet sniffer. And after TCP dump, we're going to be adding dsniff. And then using in the dsniff package, we're going to be able to then use tools like ARP spoof, address resolution protocol. We'll also be able to use things like DNS spoof. I just can't remember if there's two S's in DNS spoof, but we'll get there later on. And we're also then going to go along and use BetterCap. And for those of you that want to do more of the wireless as well, we're going to take you through the basics of Mana Toolkit, which is not as powerful in some of the newer things now, but it's great for some of the wireless as well. So that's some of the things we're going to be looking to cover today. And of course, one of the first things is making sure we understand networking. And we're going to be starting off with the hardware first. So as usual, we're sitting back, chilling out, and we're going to be watching some pretty cool videos that's going to help you not just learn about technology, but also learn about what artificial intelligence is, because if you don't know how the human brain works, you're not going to be able to build any artificial intelligence. So this professor was freaking amazing. When you want to go along and learn things like magnetism, this guy way back from, like, I don't know, the 1950s or something like that. Oh, 1975. You got to check this out though, because this guy's awesome.
Permanent magnets are difficult things to understand. In fact, if we're absolutely honest with ourselves, we don't understand them. You see, either end of a bar magnet will attract a piece of steel. But it doesn't follow that because it's painted red, it's a magnet. Because look, it won't pick up that piece of steel, but this one will. So this one's the magnet. But the only real test between two magnets is whether or not, in addition to attracting each other, they will also repel when reversed. Now, the idea of repulsion gives you the impression that perhaps you could float one of the magnets over the other, like this. Now, I can feel the repulsion. Now, watch what happens when I let go. You see, it won't stay there. You get the repulsive force, but we say it's not stable. Now, people have proposed this idea for suspending railway carriages over a track because it uses no power. But then you have to do something about stopping it falling off sideways. Now, we can make ring magnets like these. In this case, the whole of one side is a north pole and the whole of the other is a south. So if we get two of them, we can try and float one over the other. And again, you see, you get the lift, but we can't get the stability unless we put in a glass tube.
All right, so we're looking at experiments here, right? And this is what we've got to do when it comes to networking. You've got to be prepared to go along, and what you're looking at here is the very basics of electronics. And now we're going to be showing you sending a digital signal over a wire. Your very, very first basics of networking. Now, I know some of you are going to be like, okay, look, Wayne, but you're going to get where I'm coming from, right? Some of you folks that have been doing IT for a long time, you have understood networking, but you've never dived very deep into it to really understand it from the zeros and the ones. So this is Ben Eater, and he is phenomenally descriptive and amazing, as you're going to see. This 4-minute, making sure you know when we want to communicate with another machine on the network, what actually happens when you've got an Ethernet cable with an RJ45 connector and you have got 8 wires. Well, Ethernet uses carrier sense multiple access collision detection. So we go along and we do like a CSMA / collision detection. And I think that's a good example, right? So very basics, as you're going to see, it's your media access control. Now you'll hear the term MAC address later on as well, but this is used most notably in the early Ethernet technology. Of course, nowadays we're still kind of using it, but it's been, added. So we've got a lot more, powerful in our networking, because we used to use basic hubs, which were not intelligent. And when you send traffic out on the network and you only had a hub, the hub just resent it to all other ports. Now today we're going to be looking at doing man-in-the-middle attacks, where we're going to redirect traffic and control the flow of traffic. So as you'll see, we're breaking this communication down to the very basics, and we're starting off with the 0 and 1s and actually charging the electrical signal. Now when you look at Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi doesn't use carrier sense multiple access collision detection, because, hello, did anybody see 8 wires on your Wi-Fi antenna? No, you've only seen 1 antenna. So the other thing you need to understand is Ethernet cables, you can send traffic and receive traffic simultaneously. We call that full duplex. Wi-Fi it's like you're talking on a walkie-talkie. It's half duplex. You can only send or receive, right? So when you are trying to talk to somebody else on a walkie-talkie and you both speak at the same time, y'all signals are going to be clashing. And you're going to have to so that is the difference between Ethernet being physical cable and wireless Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi using carrier sense multiple access collision avoidance, because Ethernet has 8 wires. Let's check out Mr. Ben Eater and sending digital information over wire.
To a network before, you're likely going to recognize what we're looking at here. These are pictures of a cable that's used very often to connect computers to a network. And this particular type of cable is often called an Ethernet cable. What we want to focus on here is how this cable is able to carry information from one computer to another. So if we cut away the outside jacket here, we can see that the cable is made up of, it's actually 4 pairs of copper wires, so there's 8 wires here total. And in future videos we'll get into the details of why that is and what all these different wires do. But for now, let's just think about kind of the most basic way that we can imagine to use this to send information. So probably the simplest thing we can do is to just apply a voltage across 2 of these wires. Just so connect some voltage here. And then we can vary the voltage to send information to the other end. So for example, maybe we'll vary the voltage between 0 volts and 5 volts. And so then we can vary this over time. So if this is time going off here to the right, maybe we start at 0 volts for a second, and then we switch this to 5 volts for a second. And then maybe it goes back to 0 volts for 2 seconds, and then up to 5 volts for states that this can be in. We can either be at 0 volts or we can be at 5 volts.
Wait a sec, I think I'm getting this right now, right? So when we start looking at this, this is almost like, the way your blood flows through your body. You've got a pulse. And, oh, darn, that seems like your heartbeat is an electrical signal. Yeah, now I'm starting to get this. Of course, I'm just messing around with you all as well and trying to make this interesting, right? So I'm throwing in Wayne's crazy, commentary.
Or we can be at 5 volts. And so we actually call these states, we have a term for this, we call these state symbols. So 5 volts and 0 volts are both the two different symbols that we have. And we call these symbols because we can use them to represent information, like a number. So for example, we could say that 0 volts is a symbol that represents the number 0, and that 5 volts is a symbol that represents the number 1. And so if we look at the voltage here once per second, we've got 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, which we could actually interpret this now as a binary number. If we wanted to, we could even write this number as a decimal. And so 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, converting that to decimal, that actually equals the number 75. So I just want to take a moment and go over some terminology here. So as we mentioned, the different states here are called.
All right, let's see if we get this right. So now I'm going to go along and do a quick demo here for you folks. We'll come back to this, right, just to show you the very basic, because this is when we actually look at it and then we do it. So if you want to obviously follow along, you're welcome to. I'm just going to go along to my Windows machine. I'm going to start it up. I'm going to be using a Windows virtual machine. And this is just a Windows 10 virtual machine. Now I do have a very old Windows XP machine, but I think we're going to get a little bit more out of using a newer virtual machine. I don't know what happened to that, but my other screen disappeared. I was getting too excited there. So far we've been building our Raspberry Pi operating system, and I'm just going to boot up my Windows workstation. So you're going to see when I go along and I create a new file, I want to make sure you understand computers speak in binary. They don't speak in decimal. So when you look at binary and you look at storage on a hard disk, It's a 2 base number system. So you never have 1000 megabytes. You always have 1024 megabytes because you're using a base 2 number system, as you're going to see when we look at ARP and we look at your MAC address. And so here's the basics, right? You're going to see, we're going to just install some very simple to use tools. But the first thing I'm going to do is just go and create a new text document. Just a new, text document, not a rich text document. We're just going to use the poor. I think they were meaning just to say a plain text document. So we'll call that demo 1. If I could spell properly. Demo 1. Yep. And I'm going to open up that file. And I'm going to go and put a 6-character word in that file. Hacker. Because the term hacker is what we have to do with everything in this world, not just computers. You've got to make sure you know how to hack your own brain so you know how to use all of your tools. Oh yeah, that's cool. So we've created a new document, right? We cool with that? And now we go along and we like, okay, let's look at the properties of this document. Great. And we can see that's a bit weird because Microsoft is saying that we've just created a file and it's got 0 storage on the system. So that's weird, but that one word, so 8 bits equals to 1 byte. Just by denoting those 6 characters, you're going to need to know that your computer uses binary only. This is just the Windows GUI add-on and the overlay. So now when we go along and take this deeper, in Windows, they don't give us a lot of cool things. So what I'm going to do is just drag this file to my desktop and drag it. Oh yeah, I dragged it. And now I'm going to go along and make sure I go to my Raspberry Pi OS again. And just where you look at your dragging and dropping, it should be enabled, but you got to actually have the desktop tools installed as well. So when I try and drag and drop that file, it's not allowing me to actually drag and drop that file. So we're going to go along now and we add in some more packages. So earlier on we did the apt install and we installed the open-vm-tools, but now we're going to add the actual desktop as well. And so hopefully that will allow us to drag and drop from our physical Windows machine. Right, so you've actually got to go along and do your apt install open-vm-tools as well. So we'll copy that for you. We'll run that. Oh, that's the wrong copy. And so right now, it didn't copy that command. And if I go along to my VM and I look at settings, and you look at options, VM tools, shared folders disabled. So that would be one way, but doesn't look like there's any specific settings for allowing access. So yeah, you can see it's allowing the drag and drop and the copy and paste. So hopefully now with this little update of those tools, it will allow me to drag and drop that file. Maybe I'll just copy it, right click on your desktop, say copy, edit. Oh, it's not working. Now maybe I've got to just go along and do a quick reboot. It should work. I mean, it's just, installing your open VM tools and then it should, but I didn't reboot after I did the actual install of those other tools as well. So maybe sometimes you've got to reboot. And now I've rebooted. Oh. But at least it's giving me a hand there. But let's see if we drag it into a file, a folder. So now we've got a little simple technical glitch. Anybody got any ideas how we're going to solve this? This is just standard VMware, the latest version. Nope. The copy paste, yeah, it didn't work for me. So when I went along and just copied from my Windows machine, see, it's not allowing me there to even select the copy and paste. Simple little problem. I'm going to go along and say, okay, power off, because this normally is pretty easy. And if we go along and look at the settings there, options, so we could go along and actually just set up shared folder. So you can go along and actually specify what shared folders to expose. As you can see, shared folders expose your files to programs in the virtual machine. So this may put your computer and your data at risk, obviously. So only enable it if you trust the virtual machine. Now normally you wouldn't want to do that, right? So of course you could actually just use a USB flash drive, but this should actually work. It shouldn't be any big issue. So the first place we would want to go to is the web and go along and say, okay, well, for me to finish off, and I'll show you a different way anyway in a second, but you can now go and just Google, right? So Raspberry OS not able to copy VM, not able to copy files into VM. Oh, and maybe Raspberry Pi plus Raspberry Pi. Three ways to run Raspberry Pi on a desktop. Yeah, no. Aha, somebody restarted the issue by restarting VMware. Are we going to try that? But as you'll see, this is just like a very minor issue. So I will reboot that, but of course I'm going to maybe shut down. Oh, well, let me finish the demo. So I'll just use a different virtual machine for now. Okay, we'll solve that issue in a bit. Just make sure somebody reminds us, because it really is a small issue, but that's just sometimes, you know, your virtualization, right? And oh wow, someone was saying power off, disable options in the guest isolation, re-enable them, and then the reboot seemed to work fine. Awesome. So this is just Ubuntu 20.04, but I just wanted to make sure I finish the quick demo with y'all, and then we can take our on the hour 10-minute break. So it's not rocket science here, folks. I just want to make sure I show you a very simple but important thing, right? So I'm going to go ahead, and this is Ubuntu. It's Remnux, which is set up for malware reverse engineering. So there I'm going to drag my file, and there's my demo one. Right, so open that up. Yes, we can see same file, same content, piece of cake. Right click on that file, look at the properties there. Of course it's telling me it's 6 bytes. And so now I want to go along and say, okay, well, we get that, but maybe I want to look at this file not by using the little, you know, free Notepad or Notepad++ or something. I'm going to use a hex editor. So hex editor that should be built into a lot of Linux systems is XXD. And so again, here we go along, and we're like, okay, well, we're going to be using a computer, and for some of the things we're going to do, sometimes we're going to need to use a hex editor. So you can go along and take a screenshot of your XXD. These are just basic tools we're using, folks, but we need to know how to use these basic tools. And then go and add that to our best tools. And so now we want to go along and look at the actual contents of that file. So we'll do XXD, and that file name was just a demo, but that is in my documents. So it's going to be in my home, Remnux, downloads, and demo 1. Oh. So now I can see that this number is obviously showing you it in hexadecimal. And so if we go along and we use a GUI hex editor, like as a quick example. So command line tools are great, but sometimes they're not always going to give you everything you need. So let's go along and open a Windows free GUI hex editor. HXD is a pretty decent one. And I'm just going to go along and open up that file. Oh, awesome. So as you can actually see, this is hex. And we can of course go along and actually convert the hex to binary as well. So when we go along and we start looking at the network traffic, you're going to see that information is always denoted in binary, which very often is denoted in hex as well. So you could always go along and actually copy that whole hex number and then basically do a hex to decimal. So you can actually see the binary. And of course, the binary is what's used there for the hacker is basically 6 bytes. And we've unit that in obviously hex. And that's because the way it's stored right now, so you normally have an offset, which is normally the start of a file or an end of a file, but again, this was just the basics. So when we get back from the break, we're going to make sure everybody understands binary as we're going to be doing a lot more in the networking. So let's start the timer. Appreciate everybody trying to help. I will follow those instructions and see if I can basically power off, disable the options in guest isolation, and then hopefully that will actually work with the VMware tools. All right, so you're going to see now, just before I shut down, when I go along and I want to create a new Word document, I don't have Word installed on this machine, you'll actually see later on Word is going to use a lot more data. So this basic plain Jane file is 6 bytes. If I go and do this exact same thing in Windows, it's going to be like, with Windows Word, it's going to be like 11,000 bytes. So if I just create a new Word document, demo 2, open it up, put the same hacker word in that document, just save that, and now right click on that document and look at the metadata, the properties, and I'm going like, whoa. So a 6 byte file, a plain notepad file with a hacker word, if I use the same thing in Word, I'm using 11,965 bytes, which is about 3,000% larger than what we need to use. So Windows is maybe not so efficient, but as you're going to see, we want to make sure everybody understands binary. So when we go along and you look at a bigger file, you'll see a little bit more details as we dive deeper into the actual network sniffing. So yes, that is just looking at how computers function, folks. And as we go through this, we're going to be adding some more details to the tools we're going to be installing. So I'll start the timer. You folks can start the 10-minute break, and I'm going to go along and see if I can get my Parrot, sorry, not my Parrot, my Raspberry Pi virtual machine. Kali or Parrot is basically pen testing, hacking machines that could be used. So enjoy the break. Thanks so much for everybody's great efforts in sharing and helping. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. And welcome back, folks. So as you could see, yeah, when we have problems like that, we're doing everything we should make it work, but hey, sometimes with open source stuff, you're going to have to figure out more. There's probably some kind of package that might be, but whatever, it's not major. We'll find a different solution. And of course, what I'm doing, of course, is setting you up sometimes to go, well, all we need to do is just drag and drop a file, really, but how else can I get a file onto this desktop? Well, obviously save it in the cloud, but maybe it might be like showing you when we go along and set up a web server on our virtual machine, and then we can just literally set up the share that way. So there's obviously many ways. You can set up an SSH server. And of course, that's going to be normally a good way for doing that, where you can then use a secure shell and you can actually use the SCP to copy your files back and forth. Right? So there's multiple ways of doing it. But again, that's not major. We're pointing out that we wanted to make sure everybody understood binary. So as an example, to show you the install real quick of setting up another service here, we're going to show you multiple ways. One way to enable SSH on a Raspberry Pi or in the Raspberry Pi Debian OS is to go along and use your raspi-config. Right? You got to run that as root, of course. So that is your configuration, and you run that with sudo. And now you're going to go along and just set up your basic software. It's your Raspberry Pi software configuration tool. And so we go down to the interface options, and there you can see, aha, SSH enable or disable. Yes, we would like to enable a server right now. This server is going to be listening on a specific port. So when we look at TCP/IP, we're going to break TCP/IP down real quick for you folks, but we want to make sure everybody gets the basics from the basic binary layer. So we're going to go along and say, yes, we want to set up SSH, a secure shell server. So once that's set up, I'll go along and be like, okay, that's cool, awesome. And now we're going to go along and try and connect to this system. So I've set that up. Now maybe I want to make sure I've started the service. Service start SSH D or SSH. I think it's already started, but I don't want to make it too complicated by going to go and grep and list your connections right now. A real simple quick test will be, I'm purposely trying to make sure I'm keeping it simple, is of course now go along and look at your IP address, and what we're testing is to see how the virtualized networking functions. So now I'm going to go along and I'm going to be connecting from my Windows machine. This is a free SSH tool where you can do a little bit more than just SSH, as you can see, right? Even good old Telnet, but there's the SSH. And so we want to connect to this virtual machine we've just set up with SSH. So the IP address of my machine is just 192.168.81.128. And wants to connect on port 22. So when you're going to connect to a new remote secure shell server, the first time you're going to connect to it, you're going to have to accept the public certificate. So I'm going to say yes. And then of course I've got to log in with my Raspberry Pi account. So it's just Pi and whatever your password is. Oh, wow, cool. So yes, there are other different solutions, and that's why we need to understand networking. We could also set up a network file server, an NFS server. So again, these are just basic things that we need to be able to understand, especially when we look at wanting to hack into the network. You need to know how to use networking before you just go in to do the actual attacks. So naturally you can see I am on that box using a remote SSH client. So I can close that down. And yes, so we did find different ways of obviously doing this. Like I said, there's no right or wrong way. It's about, being able to do something in a way that gives you the ability to make it work. Awesome. And now we want to make sure everybody understands binary. And the reason why, because you're going to see when two machines communicate with one another, with networking, like TCP/IP, and let's look at our notes, and we go along and we look at the basics of, okay, well, here's our network that we're busy building, and we've got to understand a couple of things like your subnet mask, your network class, if it's a classful default. And as you can see, everything in networking is converted to binary. Computers speak in binary. They don't speak in decimal. However, when we start looking at the protocols like ARP, Address Resolution Protocol, ARP, when two machines need to communicate, before they communicate, you need to have the IP address to the MAC address, your Media Access Control address. All right, so slowly we're following along, and now we're going to be jumping into binary. I know some of you have taken my other courses, you've seen this before, but everybody needs to be reminded of binary. And of course, why computers use binary. Because computers are like calculators. Well, a little bit more than calculators.
From everyday math It's a common theme throughout the modern world that everything in a computer's brain comes down to ones and zeros. You've most likely heard that this code of ones and zeros is what's referred to as binary. And while almost everybody knows that this is somehow related to what computers do, very few of us seem to understand what binary is or why computers use it. If you want to know, then this video is for you, because it's actually a very simple concept and still quite fascinating. Before we get to computers, let's talk about what binary itself is, as it existed long before computers did. Binary is nothing more than a system of counting. To understand how it works, let's look at two other systems of counting, tally marks and the glorious base 10 positional that we all know and love today. Tally marks are the simplest counting system imaginable. However many things you have, you put down that many marks, easy as pie, but not very efficient. Meanwhile, base 10 positional, which is what we use today, uses a different symbol to represent different amounts of things. With the numbers 0 through 9, we can recognize that each symbol indicates a different amount of things. If we need to represent something higher than 9, we add a digit to the left, roll its first digit back to 0, and start over. This system is very efficient compared to tally marks because each digit we add exponentially increases the amount of things we can represent. Because in this system we add a new digit every 10 things, each digit represents an increasing power of 10. This is the number of ones we have, the number of tens, the number of hundreds, the number of thousands, and so on. Now this is probably something you already know, but it's very important to keep it in mind when we talk about binary. Now binary works the exact same way as base 10 positional, but instead of each digit going from 0 to 9, it goes from 0 to 1. Counting upwards in binary sounds like this: 0, 1, 10, 11, 100, 101, 110, 111, and 1000. Because each digit of binary has only 2 values and not 10, each additional digit represents an increasing power of 2 rather than an increasing power of 10. So this is the number of ones we have, the number of 2s, 4s, 8s, 16s, 32s, 64s, 128s, and so on. Not nearly as efficient as base 10, but exponentially more efficient than tally marks. Literally. So now that we know how binary works, let's talk about computers. Why did the first computer creators, as wise and intelligent as they are, waste their time with such an ineffective system of counting? Well, it's because of a physical limitation on how computers work. Everything a computer does comes down to what's known as microtransistors. Simple, tiny, eensy-beensy little switches that can either be on or off, and can be flipped on or off with a very weak electrical charge. The first goal was to get computers to count. And to get them to count by using these switches, we could use the tally system, meaning the number of on switches equals the number of things we have, or we could use the much more efficient system of binary, where each switch represents a digit of binary. 8 transistors using the tally system could represent a number as large as 8 by turning all of them on. With binary, we can represent a number as high as 255. An on switch means a 1, and an off switch means a 0. Now is a good time to mention that a single transistor is what's known as a bit, which stands for binary digit. A byte is 8 of these bits in a row, which means any number between 0 and 255. So if binary is just a system of counting, what do people mean when they explain how to spell things in binary? Well, what they really mean is how to spell things with ASCII. The American Standard Code for Information Interchange is a way to convert a computer's data, which can only be in numbers, and turn it into letters for humans to have an easier time to work with.
So, as we've just seen, computers use numbers. And now you're going to see the fact that when you look at, that document we showed you, it had a 6-character word. 6 characters. Each character needs 8 bits of information. Pretty straightforward. Aha.
ASCII simply assigns a character to each value represented by a byte of binary. And because a byte has 8 digits of binary to work with, and 8 digits of binary can represent up to 255 values, ASCII had 255 letters and symbols to choose from, more than enough for the entire alphabet, punctuation marks, and other symbols. For example, the corresponding ASCII number for an uppercase A is 65. Now 65 in base 10 is equal to 1,000,001 in binary. So whenever you type in an uppercase A in a word program, a coding program, or a scripting program or whatever, somewhere there's a little tiny row of 8 transistors arranged in the pattern of off, on, off, 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 on, which represents 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1 in binary.
Aha, and there you can see decimal, binary, octal, hex, ASCII, aha. So when we look at TCP IP, it's a 32-bit IP address system. But when we go along and we look at the MAC address of your computer, aha, so we're going to be like, uh-oh. So there's another tool we need to make sure we install, is our port scanning tool that we're going to need to use to find machines on our network. Aha. That's going to be called Nmap. So as we're going through this little video, we're making it interactive, folks. So now we're going to go along and make sure we install Nmap. Control L will clear my screen, and then sudo apt install Nmap, your network mapper tool. And once we've installed Nmap, we don't want to just trust one free tool. We've seen what could go wrong with these free tools, right? And this is why I always welcome, when we go along and we learn hands-on, we're going to come across problems. And y'all know this, if you're going to spend some time solving the problem, when you solve it, you're going to feel rewarded and you're going to remember what you had to do to solve that problem. So next we're going to go along and install hping, if we can install it, which should be hping 3. Now with hping, it's a command line tool that can do not just your port scanning, but a lot of pretty cool packet crafting. Awesome. So, and remember again, we want to go along and be like, okay, Nmap, if you just type Nmap and you want more details, you can use the manual. So there's your Nmap man page. So you can go along and take a screenshot of that. Remember folks, as we're learning, we want to help you remember the most effective way to be learning is as you're doing it and you're learning, you want to basically take notes, because you've got to practice the repetition. Aha. So as you can see, we're taking notes of all the things we're doing and the tools we're using. So Nmap, awesome. And another subnode, hping 3. Because when we go along and we look at packet crafting or cracking the network and all different attack vectors, you're going to see why some of these fundamentals are so important. All right, so we can exit out of the Nmap and then just do hping 3 -- help. And you can also do man hping 3 as well. So as you can see, different ways sometimes where you can access and get more information about the syntax of the tool you want to use. So hyperping is very, very powerful. We use it still to this day in a lot of firewall router testing and doing a whole lot of traffic manipulation. And so, yes, as you can see, we're learning by taking notes. And as we then go into the attacks, so underneath your Linux workstation or underneath your network hacking section, we'll go along and add network hacking. So underneath network hacking, we're going to be looking at certain specific functionality like IP forwarding, like ARP spoofing attack, like HSTS MITM, where we're going to be doing a downgrade. So this is where you're going to be basically, well, let's just call that HTTPS, because people will understand HTTPS better than they'll understand HSTS. But either way, you're going to know the HSTS is basically a new protocol to force you to use HTTPS, your Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. So these are just some of the things we're going to be doing, of course. And this is why taking notes are very important. Cherry Tree is free. What I like about Cherry Tree is you don't have to have a synchronization up to somebody else's cloud, giving them all of your data. Right? The cloud, if you don't know this, the cloud is not always going to be, doing what you think it might be doing, because you don't own that machine. You're renting that temporary machine, basically. And when you don't pay your bill for that temporary machine you've rented, where's all your data? Oh yeah, gone. So we want to make sure you understand the importance of binary. Now you can see we're keeping you interacting, right? Because when we look at the network and we look at TCP/IP, you will understand, in order to really understand networking and supernetting and subnetting, you need to know binary and hex, because we're going to show you when two machines want to communicate, they have to convert your IP address and map your IP address to your MAC address. So in actual fact, machines communicate at the MAC address layer, as you're going to see, which is a 48-bit versus the 32-bit for TCP/IP. And that's where the protocol ARP comes into play, Address Resolution Protocol. It's going to map your MAC address to the IP address you have in that network. Let's continue with a little bit more binary.
Which is interpreted as 65 in base 10, which is converted by ASCII into an uppercase A. You're likely starting to get a feel for the staggering amount of transistors required to write something as simple as a Facebook status, let alone all the different coding that your computer has to do to make the screen light up, play games, calculate massive values, and so on. Well, long before we got to the point where your phone can play three-dimensional games, it became clear that numbers as high as 255 just weren't going to cut it. Regardless of how many bytes we had, and it was a lot, even adding 4 fully active bytes together could only get a number as high as 1020. To solve this problem, new computers were designed to recognize 2 bytes as one single number. So now, instead of referencing one line of 8 transistors, computers could reference 2 lines, giving 16 digits worth of binary. This was a huge help because it increased the amount of representable numbers exponentially from 255 up to 65,535. When you hear people talking about the difference between 8-bit and 16-bit, this is more or less it. Now, that doesn't mean that a 16-bit system is exponentially that much more powerful, because your program isn't always going to be utilizing all of these numbers in each byte that it represents. It just has the option to, which opens up lots of doors. Well, this could go on for ages and ages, but I want to end this particular video right here so as not to be overwhelming. In future videos, I will explain how computers use these numbers to decide which pixel is what color on your monitor, what the different components of your computer are for, and how hard drives store binary digits on a spinning disk rather than in transistors. It's a common theme throughout the...
Alrighty folks, so if you want some more, he's got some really great simple explanations, as you can see. If you want to have access to his YouTube channel, there it is. I don't know him, but he's got some great, amazing tutorials and really cool explanations. So there's the link. And of course, now we want to jump a little bit more into networking. So speaking about networking, we were looking at the cable and the electrical signal, right? So again, we're going all the way up from the software through the hardware, and of course it will then come all together. So now we can actually see more details of, okay, well, it's going to be from an electrical signal first and foremost, and then we looked at the zeros and ones, making sure we understand how to send information over these electrical cables.
Symbols. And the rate that we're sending these symbols is called the symbol rate. So in this case, the symbol rate would be 1 symbol per second. You might also see this sometimes referred to as baud, and baud is a term that literally means the symbol rate in symbols per second. So in this case, with the 1 symbol per second, we refer to this as as sending this information at 1 baud. So if we were sending this 10 times faster, at 10 symbols per second, so each of these were a tenth of a second long, then we'd be sending information at 10 baud. So this is interesting. So hopefully you can see how this lets us send whatever number we want to send. But what if we want to send text? Well, since we can send numbers, really all we need to do to send any message we want is to agree on a mapping between a number and then a letter or symbol or some other character. And so one of the most common sort of agreed upon mappings is ASCII. And I got this from Wikipedia as just an example of what ASCII looks like. And it's just this table that maps between numbers and, they call it glyph, but it's basically just a character, a letter of some sort. So for example, this 75 that we had up here maps to, in ASCII, 75 decimal maps to the letter K. And you can see they also have it here in binary. And this is what we have up here. The 10011011 is the binary letter for K. And so you can see that by using this mapping and by varying voltages like this, we could send any information that we wanted to.
De Hyundai Beon heeft meer ruimte.
So that really makes things pretty clear. And now we want to take you to the next layer. We're going to be looking at the networking, right? But as we continue in, we want to make sure we're getting some of our tools already installed so that we'll be able to actually be doing a lot more hands-on. And so now we've got literally Wireshark, T-Shark, TCP dump, and I don't think we installed dsniff because we didn't install the ARP spoof. So if I just type in ARP spoof, it's not found. And so if you had to go along and just search for the ARP spoof package, it's actually part of the good old dsniff suite, which has a lot of network sniffing tools. So when we go along and say sudo apt search ARP spoof, it should come back saying, we found it in the dsniff, various tools to sniff network traffic for clear text insecurities. We don't have too many clear text communications nowadays. And then, we also want to go along and check, network hacking is not going to be the same unless we do some cool Python SCAPI. Oh yeah, so SCAPI is a packet generator and a sniffer, and also network discovery. So, we want to go along and install a couple of packages now. So we'll do sudo apt install, and we're going to be installing dsniff. We're also going to be installing, so now we want to install two packages, space, Python. We want to use the Python 3 SCAPI. Hopefully you should do on your Raspberry OS, it should already have that installed, meaning your Python 3. And we'll say yes, do the install. Now you can see maybe I didn't have some of those packages, but you can see there's a lot of additional packages that where we're going like, well, I thought we installed TCP dump already, but if it's already installed, it's just not going to go along and reinstall it. And you're going to see a lot of cool things with SCAPI where you can actually be doing your Python 3 geo IP, so we can go along and just find out where somebody's physical location is if they're not using a VPN with the geolocation, so your IP address that's going to be connected to the internet. It's your public IP address. So yes, we're going to go along and install those packages. Remember, this is Linux, so when you finish doing some of these things, if you're not remembering some of these commands, you'll be able to go along and do a quick history. So again, go to your quick notes there and some of the other tools we're using there. So the ARP spoof, the dsniff we added there, but also the Python SCAPI. Awesome. And we're good to go. Now next up, we want to know that when we go along and we want to communicate with another machine, we're going to have an IP address. Now when you have networking, you're generally going to be using a DHCP server. So on our Raspberry Pi, we're going to go along and do ifconfig for your details of your IP address. So there you can see we've actually got an iNet, which is your IPv4 IP address, and then your iNet6 is your 128-bit IPv6 address. That's normally enabled by default. So at this point, this is automatically assigned, and when we go along and start doing some discovery in our local network, we want to make sure we change to root. So we're going to say sudo su, and we're going to be starting off with some basic nmap. And right now I'm connected to network. Now when you plug into network, you're going to be able to go along and find out what is on that network. So when we go along and say nmap without any syntax, we're going to be starting off with some nmap host discovery. So if you want to hack a network, right, I think it's going to be pretty helpful to be able to find out what the machines, the targets are that you want to hack into. So yeah, I'm just trying to be a smart ass again, right? So we want to do host discovery. So let's go along and take a screenshot of this host discovery. So we can actually break it down into different chunks as we're learning. And now we go back down to nmap, basic information about the different commands. And now we're going to start with basic network reconnaissance, or otherwise generally known as information gathering. So info gathering on the network. Because there's specific network services that I need to be aware of. So in a VMware NAT network, you actually have a lot of your virtual networking components. So when you look at what is virtualization, it's virtual servers, virtual routers, virtual workstations, virtual everything. It's the cloud. So the first command we're going to be running would be nmap, and if you saw the -sn, that was known as using ping. So again, if you're missing that, and just not to keep chopping to the notes, you can just see without a syntax there, you'll see the first one we're going to start off with is actually a ping scan. So SN is going to be the syntax. Now list scan is going to be using DNS, which we'll talk more about, and we'll be doing more attacks against DNS as well. So for now, we're just starting with the basics. When you want to communicate with another machine, you're going to try and ping it. Ping stands for Packet Internet Groper. And so if I now go along and just say, well, I want to just see if my default gateway is online, I can use netstat-nr, and it's going to tell me what my gateway IP address is, basically my router. So if I want to now go along and do a quick simple ping, I'm going to just go and make sure I can communicate with that machine. Now most of the time you're going to be able to get a response, but if there's a firewall involved, you're not going to get a response. And when we go along and we do this, you can get a lot of information. Right now, I can see that the TTL value is 128. So that's telling me that the total time to live for different operating systems is different. A total time to live value of 128 means it's a Windows machine I've just targeted. So obviously I know what my own IP address is. My own IP address is .128, and so if I go along and ping my own machine, it's like kind of when you ask yourself a question and you answer it. You can see that my TTL is 64. So your total time to live is basically different for different operating systems, and we can use it to try and find out the type of operating system we have. And of course, we're going to be doing a little bit more on using ping and other types of low-level commands as well as we go further. So at this point, this is just the very basics. Now, as I mentioned, when two machines need to communicate, they're going to be using ARP, Address Resolution Protocol. So if we look at ARP minus A, that's going to show us our ARP cache. So right now, it's showing me the MAC address. Your MAC address is your media access control address. It is hard-coded when you do the actual manufacturing of your network adapter card. Now, when we use virtualization, we can very easily change our MAC address, and you will see us change it when we launch some of the network attacks where we're going to be doing network exploitation, folks. So we're going to be able to redirect somebody's traffic in the local network to be sent through our rogue access point or our rogue router, as you'll see when we get into some more of the attacks. But right now, you're looking at this and you're starting to go like, hang on a second. That IP address, TCP IP, is 128 on IPv6 and a 32-bit on IPv4. So we go back to our basics. And so we're looking at, well, what actually makes up an IP address? So this is actually showing you the anatomy of your IP address. So you've got 32 bits in each octet. So there you can actually see the basics a little clearer. And then we're going to be looking at your 4-layer TCP/IP protocol stack. Now, when you learn networking, you really also need to know your OSI, 7 layers, your Open Systems Interconnect. But I don't want to throw you off on that right now. For now, we're just focusing on TCP/IP. And so, as you can see, a MAC address is your media access control address. What's very helpful here is it's obviously 48 bits. If you look at the MAC address, it's showing you that in hexadecimal. So hexadecimal is a base 16 numbering system, base 16. You use the numbers 0 to 9 and then the alphabet characters A to F. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that. But what you need to understand is the very first 3 OUI, the first 3 octets, is actually your object unique identifier or your organizationally unique identifier. That's hard coded into your network adapter card, or is obviously going to be used in virtualization as well. So now we go along and say, okay, well, this is all pretty cool. We get some basic commands here. We're looking at an ARP cache, but now we want to go along and do that simple nmap-sn. It's a ping scan. It's going to be looking for hosts on our network. Now, before we do any of this, when you learn networking, you need to sniff all the traffic, folks. So we're going to go along and do Control-Shift-T, and we're going to open up Wireshark. So we're going to say sudo superuser do Wireshark. And we open up Wireshark, because when we're using some kind of free sniffer tool, port scanner tool, and whatever else Nmap can do, which is a lot, we might not want to always just trust it. As you're going to see when you go along and set up some of the application layer firewalls we'll be setting up as well today. So yeah, we're going to just start sniffing the traffic. You open up Wireshark, and we're not going to go through too many buttons right now. We just want to look at using Wireshark to sniff the traffic. So we're going to go along and double click on our ETH, our Ethernet adapter. It tells you your IP address, and it also tells you your IPv6 IP address. So when I go along and double click there, there's no traffic yet because, oh, there is. See, so right now my computer system is communicating on the internet with using the network time protocol. And then I got all this other communication. Now I'm going like, whoa, wait a second. I got nothing else open on my machine and it's already communicating a lot on the network. Yeah. NTP is your network time protocol. But of course, as we now go along and minimize that, we're now going to go along and run our nmap-sn. We want to do a ping scan. We want to scan the whole network, not just one IP address. So this is my network ID, and /24 will stipulate my subnet mask. So I'm going to now go ahead and run that command, and you're going to see it's going to go out looking for the IP addresses and map it to the MAC address. Now what's pretty funny here is with Nmap, it's actually including my own IP address, which is 128. So when we look at the results here, we can see that the .1 IP address is connected to my network, and the first 3 octets is your organizationally unique identifier, your OUI. And you can also go along, well, at this point we're going to go again and say, well, let's stop the sniffing of the traffic because we finished doing the Nmap scan, and we can see what protocol was used. Now many of you were expecting to see ICMP. You can be honest with me, folks. I know some of you are going like, hang on, we're using ARP. Why are we not using ICMP? ICMP is your Internet Control Message Protocol. So when we went along and we did ping, right? Remember I showed you I did ping. It told you that it's using ICMP. But when I was using this free network mapper tool, and I said I wanted to do a ping host discovery, I was thinking, well, it should be using ICMP. Aha. But as you're going to realize when we get back from a break, that when computers communicate, they use binary. And so there needs to be that map. So whenever 2 machines communicate, they will use their IP address and the subnet mask, and they're going to convert the decimal IP address and subnet mask. They're going to be converting that to binary, and they're going to be performing a mathematical TCP/IP function called TCP AND-IN. Yep. And that is how machines figure out if they need to send the traffic to a default router being your gateway, because the traffic is destined for a remote network. So these are just the very basics. But as you'll see, we're going to be breaking it out into more layers. And let me just show you the actual quick diagram as we're going to continue to break this out even more, making sure that when you look at 2 machines and you want to find out if they are local or remote, you can use your TCP AND-IN. So what is TCP AND-IN? Well, this is to determine if your packet is going to be communicating with a machine on the local network. Now, if the machine is not on the local network, then it knows to send the traffic to the default gateway. If there's no default gateway, your packet will eventually die because the TTL, the total time to live of that packet, will reach the end and the traffic will expire. So your local and destination host subnet masks are ANDed. And what is AND-IN? It's combining your bits. Every time you communicate with another machine, this is basically computationally run. It's a process. So you convert your IP address to binary, and then your subnet mask to binary, and then basically you combine the bits. So bit value of 1 plus another bit value of 1 will always result in 1. So 1 and 1 is always going to be 1. But 0 or 1, or 1 and 0 will always be 0. So any other combination will always be 0. So basically, the logic is 1 is true and 0 is false. And here's where the tire hits the road. If your mathematical process called ANDing, the results of the source and destination host, if they match, then the machine that you want to speak to is local. If it doesn't match, then it knows the traffic needs to be sent to the router, your default gateway, so it can be routed to another network. Awesome. You need to know binary because computers convert everything to binary, and we need to be thinking in binary. As you can see, when we did our simple network host discovery, it came back with the IP address and the MAC address. So when we get back from the break, we're going to be taking a quick warm-up on networking. And to be a good security administrator or to be a good security cyber professional, everyone needs to know networking. No matter what you've done in IT before, everyone needs to know networking, because if you want to stop some of the very advanced cyber attacks that are happening nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, and you know those attacks are coming down the line hard and fast. How do we know that? Well, we can just go along to our famous The Hacker Warehouse, which I already have open here. And we look at some of the updates. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of attacks targeting network devices, like SonicWall releases patches for their SSL VPN. Zyxel releases a patch for a critical firewall OS command injection. It's not looking so good, is it, for technology? Yeah, so that's why we're here, folks. We have to make sure we have better knowledge when it comes to the network, because if you're looking at things at a higher layer, you might be missing them. So yeah, we're going to take our on the hour, but this time we're going to take a 20-minute break, because some of you are going to be like, yeah, Wayne, I think it's like time for us to grab some lunch maybe, because some of you might be in like Asia, India, Malaysia, or some of you might be in Europe, or some of you might be in America. So 20 minutes, you can grab some food, and we'll be back with a lot more. As you can see, we've got some awesome things. We're going to be bringing those things all together, folks. So we'll see you in 20 minutes. And if you are wondering what we've been doing, we've built our operating system, and these are all the things we've been doing so far. So you're not behind. If you weren't able to catch up on things, take a screenshot of my commands, and you'll be able to catch up pretty quickly. Thank you so much, everybody. You're awesome. You're doing a great job. Really appreciate everybody taking their Saturday to hang out with me and obviously learn about network hacking stage 101. We're breaking this all down so everybody doesn't just go along and follow somebody's instructions. They actually understand more details on the mathematics, and that's going to help you find all sorts of crazy types of attacks nowadays. And actually, that was something I really forgot. So thank you so much there to Shreya for posting that. That is an amazing guide that's going to also help you better understand networking, because it's a pen testing methodology guide. So absolutely, I can vouch for it. Go and check that out. That is also amazing. And we will be using it when we go into some of the actual firewall stuff a bit later. So get some good rest, and we'll see you back in 20. We'll be finishing off with a lot more of the actual network attacks and using some more of these tools to do these attacks with. I'm leaving my notes open, so if any of you want to copy your notes, of course I will be sharing them with the group. I'll just put them in a open share with a password or something like that, and you'll be able to access all my notes. And this is being recorded, so the video will be posted to YouTube. It's just a lot easier that way, because we're having a problem with the automatic emails being sent out. But hopefully you'll get an email from Zoom, because we're saving the video in the cloud this time. So everybody, either way, you'll have it recorded. We'll see you back in 20. Thank you so much. Alrighty, folks, so that was a little bit of a quick break. We're back, well rested, and we got to define this MAC address, right? The Media Access Control Address, which is layer 2 network addresses that are designed to be unique. And as you're going to see, they're made up of 48 bits in total and are displayed as a string of 12 hexadecimal digits, with each digit ranging from 0, so 0 to 9, and A to F. So when you start looking at a MAC address, and if you see in the MAC address, if you see a character of Z, you know somebody's messing around with something, because it's not normally going to be part of hexadecimal, so it's going to be some other weird hex. Okay, so we're going to warm up with a little bit of Steve Riley. This was an old video from a presentation he gave about 20 years ago, maybe. No, maybe not that long, but it is TCP/IP for security administrators.
Very frequently, I get this question from people. Steve, how can I become a security expert? People ask me this. What do they need to know to be good at security? I think it's very important that to be a good security person, you be a good network person. And to be a good networking person, you need to have a very thorough understanding of the protocols. The reason why you need to have a very good understanding...
I like this guy, right? Because he's pointing out some very important things now. Now, a very important fact he's about to tell you is a lot of things that have been designed without security. Initially, at least. And obviously, we've been trying to add security to it by adding extra layers of wrappers and whatnot.
Of the protocols is because, as it says in the bottom of the RFC for IP, TCP, and UDP, this protocol was designed without security in mind. It's actually written there. Scary stuff. So that's why there's all these other things that are wrappers that have tried to apply security. If you understand how the protocols work, you can understand better how the wrappers are trying to address the fundamental problems with the protocol design.
And you're going to see some of those problems today, because we're going to be launching attacks against those, what we know are pretty bad, elements when we look at ARP, Address Resolution Protocol. But we want to just go along, and we're going to fast forward so you will see a quick representation of the TCP/IP layers and then OSI layers, and then we're going to go into making sure everybody understands ARP. And then we're going to go along and actually look at doing attacks. So you're going to actually see how to test the network. Let's just get to where the right place is.
The stocking cap there?
Yeah, that's a bit too far. All right, so we'll start at this point. ARP. Right, you can see when you see RFC, that stands for your request for comments. Basically, this is what is the main design document, which is where a whole group of people get together and they put together what are the requirements for those specifications. And so as you can see, there is a RFC 826 where you can go and read a lot more about the technical and the mathematics behind the Address Resolution Protocol. So we know we've been speaking about this, right? TCP/IP, IPv4 is 32 bits. Media Access Control MAC addresses are 48 bits. And this is the purpose of ARP to the rescue. ARP resolves IP address to MAC address. And there's 3 types of ARP packets. An ARP request, an ARP reply, and a gratuitous ARP reply. Now you're going to see we're going to be making real good use of a gratuitous ARP reply today. We show you how to do these man-in-the-middle attacks by simply using one command. And we can redirect traffic in a local network through our own hacker machine that's going to become the rogue router or the rogue gateway. So we'll start off at the MAC address.
In the presentation, on the right side of the orange bar is the RFC. If you want to learn more, you can actually read the protocol definition if you want. Machines really are addressed by their MAC addresses, the hardware address on the Ethernet interface, or whatever the physical interface might happen to be. But we always think about IP addresses, right? So there's got to be a function that translates IP addresses to ARP addresses. The thing is, you can't do a one-to-one bit-to-bit translation because IP addresses are 32 bits long and ARP addresses are 40 bits long. So you have to do something else to do that for you, and that's what ARP is, Address Resolution Protocol. Machines will use ARP to find out what the physical address is of other machines they need to talk to, and they'll keep that information in a cache. So presumably, if I'm going to talk to machine B, I will be making many requests to machine B, so I'm going to cache the response I get. That way I don't have to do an ARP request every time I have a packet to deliver. This is what an ARP frame looks like. A few things that are kind of important for us to understand here. There's the operation. Is this an ARP request? Hey, what is your MAC address? Or is this an ARP reply? My MAC address is whatever. Here's how ARP works. Hey, what is your MAC address? Frame. I'm going to cap.
So we just stopped that because we want to just go back a few slides.
IP addresses, right? So there's got to be a function that translates IP addresses to ARP addresses. The thing is, you can't do a one-to-one bit-to-bit translation because
we want to just take a screenshot of that because that's pretty crucial. But
IP addresses, right? So there's got to be a
Microsoft player is not so good. All right, and as you can see, this is crucial. So as we go through the attacks, you've got to understand how the protocol works normally. And then, of course, once you understand how the protocol works normally, then you can actually target it with various different types of techniques. So as we go along, remember I'm going to be sharing my notes with you folks. And yeah, we're going to go along and look at, well, we're looking at TCP/IP. Underneath TCP/IP, we're going to go and add ARP. And there's information about the address resolution protocol. And then we'll grab the next slide as well.
Function that translates IP addresses to ARP addresses. The thing is, you can't do a one-to-one bit-to-bit translation because IP addresses are 32 bits long and ARP addresses are 40 bits long.
Okay, now obviously that wasn't correct because he knows he's got it on his own slide that they're 48 bits. So obviously he didn't think clearly. He was thinking about something else. But yes, people make mistakes.
So you have to do something else to do that for you, and that's what ARP is, Address Resolution Protocol.
So we want to go and take another screenshot because that's the format. Now when we look at the actual packets through tools like Wireshark or T-Shark or TCP dump and so forth, you're going to know that you're looking for an ARP request, an ARP reply, so you'll actually see there the operation. So again, this is the actual format, the structure that you would build an ARP packet. It has to have these details.
Machines will use ARP to find out what the physical address is of other machines they need to talk to, and they'll keep that information in a cache. So presumably, if I'm going to talk to machine B, I will be making many requests to machine B, so I'm going to cache the response I get. That way I don't have to do an ARP request every time I have a packet to deliver. This is what an ARP frame looks like. A few things that are kind of important for us to understand here. There's the operation. Is this an ARP request? Hey, what is your MAC address? Or is this an ARP reply? My MAC address is whatever. Here's how ARP works. I know I have not followed the normal convention of using non-routable addresses as my example here. Again, this is perennial laziness. It's much easier to type 1.1.1.1 than it is to type 192.168.107.234. Please do not use these addresses in the real world. They actually belong to real people. So, when the client wants to find the server, the client sends a broadcast. Who has, and the IP address it's going for. This client is trying to find the MAC address of 1112. So that's sent out as a broadcast. Only the owner of that IP address will respond, and it sends back a directed reply, a unicast reply that says, notice it repeats its own address, is at, and it gives the MAC address. Now, there's three kinds of ARP conversations. In a normal conversation, B, that is the receiving host of the request, will save the ARP info of A. Now, I didn't show that on the slide there, but when A sends out that ARP request and B replies, B makes its own entry in its own ARP table of A's MAC address. The presumption is, well, if A is going to talk to me, I'm going to need...
So we want to make sure we take a screenshot of that, because you're going to see when we go along and use a technique called ARP spoofing, we're basically going to go along and use a gratuitous ARP reply. When nobody asked for that information, but when we go along and send out a gratuitous, think about the term there, gratuitous, that means you're going to be giving, gratitude, you're grateful, right? So gratuitous ARP reply is basically when nobody asked for anything, nobody asked for that information. So when somebody is going to be sending a gratuitous ARP reply, everybody processes it. There is no security within ARP. You cannot stop it. That's one of the big weaknesses when you're going to see us launch these man-in-the-middle attacks shortly.
To talk back to A at some point. So why wait and do another broadcast when I already know everything I need? So that's what a normal ARP conversation looks like. And if you look at the first protocol dump example there, you see a MAC address, space, a bunch of Fs. So from the source MAC to broadcast, and this is the question, ARP, who has 192.168.99.254 tell 192.168.99.35. So that last IP address is the requester. So then the other host, see, it sends its response back from its own MAC to the MAC the request came from, ARP reply, I is at MAC address. Okay? That's a normal ARP conversation. There is a thing called a gratuitous ARP, where a reply, some machine on the network somewhere just sends out a reply without ever being asked what its MAC address is. There, for example, that last machine, or that machine, 99.35, is just sending out an ARP reply. Everybody on that subnet will listen to that and cache it. ARP is required to do this. Whenever you get an ARP reply, even if you didn't ask for it, you must cache it. Now, in the real world, we use that for a load balancer to tell the upstream router which of the 3 nodes in this cluster should accept the next incoming packet. There's also an unsolicited ARP. This is always a broadcast sent out by some host that owns an IP address. See the difference between an unsolicited and a gratuitous? A gratuitous is a reply. An unsolicited is a broadcast from itself to itself. If you look at that, it says ARP who has me tell me. This is just the way to format something that is actually broadcast. And again, everyone on that subnet will cache that information. This is how duplicate IP address detection works. If you see 2 different MACs claiming to have the same IP, then you know that you've got duplicate IP address. Now, there are some security issues with ARP. Remember, everyone who receives an ARP reply or a broadcast must cache it. Now, thinking back to the problems with these protocols, they lack security in their definition. There's no digital signing of that ARP reply. There's no authentication mechanism. There is no such thing as SARP, ARP over HTTPS or SSL, right? There is no such thing. There just isn't. So you could spoof ARP replies. You could also flood them. This is how you turn a switch into a hub. If you create enough ARP mappings in a switch and fill its memory, then whenever more packets come into the switch, it has to flood all of the ports with those packets because it doesn't have any more memory to create an ARP table. This is how you turn a switch into a hub. Very easy to do. So here's what an ARP man-in-the-middle attack looks like.
Now you got to watch this because we're going to be doing it, right? So we're giving you the time to go and look at all the theoretical information, and of course we're then going to break it down and actually do the attack so everybody goes like, aha. You're going to understand it by actually us going to put the tires on the road, so to say, by going to go and drive the bus or go and do it.
You like the little MSN guy with the stocking cap there? Kind of like blows up, and then so if we got an attacker listening, he's going to hear that broadcast, right? So he just waits for the reply, and now we have data going back and forth here between these two computers, and now Eve launches her attack. Wham. What is this? Okay. Eve sends an ARP reply to the left side.
So now we've got the actual diagram of the attack. So you can see we're going to actually be doing this. And we're going to be able to do a lot more than just an ARP spoofing attack when you can do the downgrading of encryption as well. Pretty cool. Now you'll be probably shocked to know that there's some companies that actually use ARP spoofing in their security products. Yeah, absolutely. And none other than Firewalla. Let's check this out. Firewalla. And this was on one of their blogs, right? So if you don't know who Firewalla is, these are pretty decent open source devices. But yes, they say it's all open source. And it's like, but in order to manage it, you've got to install an application on your cell phone. So yeah, these folks are doing some shady things because when you go along and you look at the capabilities here, let's see, how does Firewalla intercept traffic? Which Firewalla mode to use? Well, there's simple mode. So to make life easier for consumers, to maybe keep their products cheaper instead of using a lot more powerful techniques is what they probably should have said. They're saying to make life easier for consumers, at the same time make our solution affordable. Oh, so they're telling you it's a cheap device. We use the behavior of ARP protocol, ARP spoofing, to route traffic virtually from connected devices to the Firewalla box. No ways. Technically, this method is called ARP spoofing. Well, yeah, absolutely. And you folks are going to see exactly what happens there, everybody. Yeah. This is when we start looking at this wonderful network protocol we call TCP/IP, the whole suite. It's been designed without security. That means you've got to use multiple extra networks like virtual LANs or, yeah, multiple layers of encryption like a VPN, a virtual private network protocol that wraps your normal traffic inside of an encrypted session. All right, so yes, you can see these products are from a company that sells these open source firewall devices. they're not cheap. And when they call this next generation, yeah, I'm sure it's next generation, bro. You're still using ARP spoofing. Probably not the most effective way, to do traffic redirection. But of course it's cheap. Oh yeah, we get it. And when you go along and you look at their capabilities, they are screwing you because they want you to run and manage your security device on a cell phone. You can't manage this very well with the web app. You've got to basically have it go through your cell phone. And as you've seen right in the beginning, if you weren't here, GSM and your cell phones are wholly vulnerable. Right now with what's going on, you need to make sure you stop using devices that are not very well secured. That means like an Android phone or an Apple phone. And of course, we've seen a lot more of these attacks. So let's look at an example of an Android application. Now you can have this running on your fully secured Android device, but then you go along and you install an application that's manufactured in a foreign country, let's say. So many of you may be into photography and you have a DJI drone. When you install their software, and even despite all of their being banned in a lot of countries and whatnot, they still are using the same things that you'd find in a lot of malicious malware exploits. So you couldn't just go along and of course, get access to the code. But after they did that, they were very shocked to know that that application can do an in-app update. That means if you install the application, you better trust these folks because they're going to be able to actually take control of your device and steal everything that you have on your electronic device. Yes, that's correct. Just because you installed their software. Now, many of you are going like, hang on a second. How do I know what traffic my cell phone's sending? Right. We don't, because we don't monitor the firewall normally. Right. So thank you for posting that once again. Really appreciate it. And again, this is where we start realizing that this is a big issue. Right? A lot of countries globally are within what we would call a geopolitical cyber warfare, right? And so to make things very clear for you, when you look at the SolarWinds attack, very important, because we have to understand that Microsoft's not necessarily helping us. So they had a great 4-video series interview. There's an excellent digital defense report, but when you look at Apple and Microsoft, they are commercial products and they don't give you access to the kernel. They're commercial, so you got to trust them. And when you go along and you look at the little, mini documentary series here, we want to look at the actual second episode, the hunt for a global threat, so you understand who solved this problem. It wasn't your firewall, it wasn't your intrusion detection system, it was the most powerful cybersecurity tool you can ever use. That's called you, the person. Yeah, not the computer system, the actual person that knows how to not just use the computer, but do a lot more.
This entire investigation happened because a security guy at FireEye noticed that there was a sign-in event for a user.
Okay, let's make sure we're clear here. Well, first of all, the company that was hacked, SolarWinds, they didn't detect the attack, ladies and gentlemen. their technology, and they sell a lot of network software and everything else like that. That's why everybody's going like, SolarWinds, yeah, we're not going to use their products anymore. Because FireEye detected the attack. Not their technology, a human being. Oh, that's interesting.
Using a different registered device. And they called that user and said, did you register a different device? And he said no. Somebody had the intuition that something looked weird. Something looked a little bit off.
In the early days, we didn't know exactly who they were or how advanced they were. But as we continued to dig into it and continue to learn new things that the attacker was doing, it became very clear to us that we were dealing with a highly capable, highly clandestine, and advanced adversary. My name is Charles Carmichael, and I'm a Senior Vice President and CTO at FireEye Mandiant. Yeah, so I lead a team of incident responders and security consultants that both help organizations respond to breaches, as well as help them become more resilient to attacks. We decided to get in touch with Microsoft because we knew that we needed some additional expertise to help us with this. We didn't want to do it alone because we knew that we'd be able to gain more speed by pulling in an organization that is highly capable, has smart people, has really strong intelligence, and could help us investigate it. And so I called the leader of the Microsoft detection and response team. It was roughly 9 o'clock at night. I told Dan Taylor that we had a security incident at FireEye. He initially thought I was joking. I told him I was serious. And I said, Dan, we really appreciate your help.
It was late November, and I got a text from my boss. I was out walking my dog, right? And, get this message. It's from Dan. I better answer it. He's like, well, one of our partners is asking us a question about this weird error code, and maybe you've seen it before. And so I said, well, what is it? And so he brings me into the conversation with this third-party IR company that we work with. And it actually wasn't an error code. And I was like, well, I think I might have uttered something that is not suitable for the workplace at that time, because I had seen that before during a nation-state related investigation for another customer about a year earlier.
Early on in November, we started working with FireEye and jointly collaborating with them to get initial insight into this new stealthy actor. And then from information we learned in collaborating with them, we have Microsoft's ability to have visibility into threat actors around the world. And we took those leads and we started turning those over in our data sets. And we understood the scope started to grow very quickly from that.
Hi, I'm John Lambert. I run the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center.
The Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center has a mission to defend Microsoft and its customers against adversary-based threats. And so it's
Alrighty, maybe they don't. They've probably got the priority, just like some of those other social media platforms, to make money. And their algorithms are based on making money and not on security. If that was obviously true, then you realize that that's when we start looking now at this attack. And we go, okay, well, how did they do this, right? So, let me bring up the how they did it. Oh, they sent an attachment, spear phishing email. This was to get leverage, but they were using a specific technique called Cobalt Strike beaconing. So when somebody exploits your environment, your network, they don't start collaborating with other systems straight away. They have a beacon that will basically communicate with a command and control server at a specific time and point. So when you're looking at a company that sells security networking tools, SolarWinds, obviously the supply chain was they hacked them, and anybody else who used their product as a consequence were hacked, like FireEye. So because of the weakness and because SolarWinds was hacked, all of the other folks that were using the product from SolarWinds were also hacked because they slipped one line of code in. And so again, you've got to look at the network. So when you go along and you monitor the network, you're looking at the network for indicators of compromise, IOC. And when you go further down, they give you some points to mitigate, of course. Here's just a quick summary of indicators of compromise. So as you'll see, very often it might be an email address that's been spoofed, and then various different types of hashes, hash values for the actual software and the malware and whatnot they used. So that when you match any of those hashes based upon the file that would have been used as an example, or the exploit, it's going to have a specific hash value. And you'll see many of your defensive tools on the network, like we'll be looking at OpenSnitch shortly. But first we're going to go along and do some attacks. And of course, this is where you all realize we need to understand the network much more effectively. And the problem is things are getting a lot tougher because there's a lot more encryption. So for us to try and stop these attacks, well, you're going to see we're going to have to actually fix the problem right in the beginning. All right, so here's the basics. We're using our Raspberry Pi OS, and you would have seen I wasn't doing anything. I don't have a browser open and running there at all. But if I go along to my, I'm still capturing traffic. So there you can see, I wasn't at least, shoo. So at least stop capturing the traffic. And when we go along and look at the actual breakdown, this is stage 1. We're not going to be able to go into packet decoding. This is a network hacking course, and of course, beyond this stage 1, you're going to go into much more deeper packet crafting and actually crafting the traffic yourself. So this is Wireshark 101. As an example, if you want to go along and actually learn how to track some of the state-sponsored types of attacks, I'm going to show you a great website you can go to for free and download a lot of tutorials on network packet capture analysis, malware, malware traffic analysis. So just Google for that, or DuckDuckGo. And as you'll see in a second, it's the actual traffic analysis exercises, which should be this link. Yeah, so some tutorials that will help with those exercises. And there's taking you through examining the Emotet infection traffic, or examining traffic from the Hanseatic infections. And there's even a lot of videos on Wireshark too. So if you check out the Emotet infection, it's Palo Alto Unit 42 is their special advanced cyber research center. And you can even read it in Japanese. Ai, domo arigato. So, great set of details when somebody went along and, this brings us back to our Office document. So as we're going to be adding some more systems to our attacks now, if you want to use Kali Linux, you're welcome to. So I'm just going to line my systems up, making it much easier to get to them. And Kali Linux has got a lot of my other attack tools, but the other thing is the actual drag and drop is working. So I'm going to boot up my Kali Linux. It's Debian, but it's been installed with hundreds of hacker tools. So this is running the latest Linux 5.16 kernel. And in the meantime, when you look at who's the culprit behind this problem, well, it seems to be Microsoft, and the way their documents are really poorly protected. So let's show you a quick example. I'm going to go along and create a Word document. I'm just going to drag it to the desktop. Right, so I'm just going to go along into my temp folder. And I'm going to go ahead and just create a new Word document. Okay, it's obviously nothing complicated, just a new Word document. And I'm going to put the whatever hacker into that document. Just one word. I've saved the document. So you'll actually see it's got data. Yep. And now we're going to show you how unbelievably unintelligent Windows is. Especially when you start looking at handling these Office documents, and then you start looking at how a lot of criminals will be actually utilizing these methods, and obviously they are and they have been used extensively. So when I now go along and I say to this document, which has got a document extension of docx, I'm going to go along and change that to something that doesn't exist. Now, when I do that, and I want to try and open up this document, Microsoft is going to be like, hey bro, I have no idea what to do. Okay, and this means, this is where we're going to show you that Windows is a very stupid operating system because they want to make more money rather than provide the security that they should do. So when people stop buying Microsoft products, they will probably look at maybe changing their strategy. But for now, as you're about to see, this is actually a zip file. So when I now go along and drag this file that Microsoft said I have no idea what to do with it, you're going to realize that we are getting hacked if you're using a Windows operating system, because Windows wants to make more money rather than give you security. Remember, they have support contracts. And so what that means is if you buy their products and you license them, you're going to go along and normally buy support from them, because what happens when their products are not doing what they should be doing, or there's security bugs and whatnot, then you need help. Oh, well, if they hadn't have made their product so bad in the first place, now watch what happens with a free operating system. When I try to open up this file on Windows, when the document extension was changed, I drag this to my Linux desktop, and my Linux machine straight away is going like, hey, I can open this up, because it's actually recognizing this as a zip file. So when I double click this, you'll see it's actually opened up the file that Windows said I don't have any clue what to do. Just carry on paying me the money for the licensing and you'll be okay, because all they care about is getting rich, not security, folks. So as you coming to realize, if you're using Windows, you better start thinking about using Windows in a virtual environment where you can set up your own routers and firewalls and all those protection, right? And the reason why this is so is beyond me from a technical point of view. So when I go along and change to the desktop, and we go along and look at that file, okay, so I'm just going to go along and use a simple that hex editor we spoke about earlier, XXD, and quote new cool. So I want to go along and just show the document piece by piece. So as you can see, the address, this is your memory address. So normally that's the binary of the file, and that's the start of the file. But there's different file markers. So basically, the initial part normally is your file header. And when you have a file header of PK, it actually means it's a zip file, because PK stands for Phil Katz. He's the guy who invented the zip compression protocol. So all Office documents, when you actually save them, they save their zip files. So what that means is Microsoft is freaking well stupid. Yeah, let me show you why. Because Microsoft is telling me that it doesn't know how to open up this file. When all other operating systems will read the file header, Microsoft doesn't want to do it that way because they'll make more money if you get hacked, I'm sure. At least that's, you know, hypothetically speaking. But so now when we go along, we say, well, I know it's a zip file because I checked this on a free operating system and I have a free 7-zip tool installed. Now I'm going to go along and say I want to open up this file that Microsoft had no idea what to do with. I'm going to open this up with 7-zip and I'm going to choose to extract my files here. Wow. And as you've seen, Microsoft, to store a 6-byte word, used 11,000 bytes. So remember, we've now just extracted that document, which we know that it was because we changed the document extension. If we go along and change that back to a docx, he's telling us, are you sure you want to change it? It's going to become unstable. Really? The whole Windows operating system's unstable because you're doing things like going the opposite direction to the traffic flow. So you're basically driving down the wrong way on a freeway. What could go wrong? You're probably going to get knocked down. Aha. So as you can see, there's some big issues. When I create a simple document without the bling bling, it was 6 bytes. With using Windows Word, the same content, the 6 bytes needs 11,964 bytes to save that freaking 6-byte file. Yeah, I'm just saying, Microsoft and Office is not probably your friend. So maybe you want to go along and use some open source free like Office packages like LibreOffice in Linux. Pretty easy, right? Okay, so now you understand why we're looking at some of these attack vectors, because we're not going to necessarily be able to find out what happened or how it happened unless we know how to sniff the traffic. And we're now going to be jumping into an attack. So we're going to start off slowly. I'll be rotating between my Kali Linux machine and my Raspberry Pi OS, the Raspberry OS. Okay, so yeah, that's where I was just in a different website. And again, you can now see when this pretty powerful and similar to the Nobelium, which is the SolarWinds attack, a lot of the times Office documents have been used, weaponized Office documents. So if this is the consensus and they're still doing this, why has nobody said, hey Microsoft, hey, we got a technical question here, folks. Now, I'm telling you this, I've done my MCSE more than once. I stopped renewing it because every time I had to go and redo my MCSE, I was like, I'm going to go and pay for all their exams again? But I passed my MCSE already. So when I did my first MCSE, then a new one came out, and then another one came out, and then I was like, holy crap, I couldn't afford to keep taking those. So getting a certification doesn't certify your skills. Stop wasting money. If you're going to go and take an exam, make sure it's a practical exam, because those multiple choice exams, we won't recognize it as a company. If somebody's got certified with an academic cert, and even worse, if they got 30 certs, we won't even invite them to the interview because they've spent way too much time getting certified when we want to see people getting skills. Where's your experience? Don't spend any more time wasted reading a book because it's still going to tell you the same thing, right? Spend more time gaining the skills how to secure your network, and how to secure a network is going to come right now. Alrighty, so let's go along and look at some attack vectors. We're going to go along and use some of these attacks. So we installed ARP Spoof. This is a tool that we installed, part of the DSNF utility, ARP spoof. So we start off with ARP spoof. We can see the general syntax. And if we want more details, you'll do your man ARP spoof. So as we've been doing already, take a screenshot. We're going to go along and use ARP spoof. Now remember, you're not legally allowed to hack any network you do not own. So if you go along and you hack in Starbucks, you on your own. All I will tell you right now is law enforcement and government, they've got a lot more capabilities than what you may have realized. Remember some of those little tutorials that you may have heard of, you know, the Snowden guy talking about? Oh, let's see, Snowden cell phones. You probably want to be aware of this little presentation. When you're using a cell phone that's been manufactured in a foreign country, as you can see, because where's all your traffic going to? Aha. So when you go along and you look at maybe using a Huawei, a Chinese manufacturer cell phone, and you look at some of the settings that was enabled on those devices, yeah, they were basically caught tracking you through your browser. So the network requires you to use protection against these things, and a VPN would be very handy. But obviously if they access the physical device and they can remotely access and control the device, well, we get it. So we understand there's a lot more issues that we're dealing with. You're going to have to start looking at using more secure cell phones that don't use the Android marketplaces, and the Apple marketplaces are just as bad, folks. So you're going to have to go along and start looking at more secure operating systems. Graphene allows you to secure your, it's Android, but without the Android marketplace. So there's no Google apps or services. Because yeah, we're not trusting some of these devices from these vendors anymore. Why is that? Well, I think we've been finding they've been, you know, putting things on there that we don't like. So you can then go along and look at more secure hardware and hardened operating systems, or an operating system that you choose to use. So here we can see some devices that are more open source, and you can actually go along and look inside the hardware and the software. They're designed for security. They have kill switches. So when you don't want to communicate on the network, you can push a button and it kills your network traffic. But obviously this is just giving you some details of what the industry are doing to try and address these issues. And then of course, you're going to see more modular technology like in laptops and whatnot. So if you are, let's say, a government organization, you could go along and ensure that you buy the wire laptop and then you order the components from a secure, vetted supplier. All right, and this is obviously because of what's been going on, and you're about to see. So ARP spoof. We're going to use ARP spoof right now. And let me just make sure I put that in my notes. No, I didn't. See what happens when you multitask. So there's your main ARP spoof. Now, you can also just go along. You don't have to just take the screenshots. But, oh, darn, we can't copy and paste, can we? Well, what we can do is use one of the features there in VMware where you go along and say edit and you say copy, but it's not allowing me to copy, it's only allowing me to paste. So I could copy from my physical machine. Yeah, we can see that. So that's why when you're using a machine, try and use a machine where you can actually set up some of the tools, of course. But otherwise, you can just go along and take your screenshot. Remember, I'm doing these notes for you folks. So there's your ARP spoof, and you're going to see the syntax we're about to use. So the way we're going to do this attack, first, we're going to be targeting, I'm going to target my Kali Linux machine. A few things that you want to make sure you're aware of. First of all, what is your own machine that you're using to do the attacks with? What's your IP address? And then you'll do your net discover, your nmap, and so forth. And in this case, I'm just going to switch over to Kali, and we don't want to waste much time. We want to get through quite a few more attacks still, and we'll be probably finishing in about 45 minutes. So we've got our IP address. Now you're going to see my ARP cache before the attack. This is the correct MAC address of my gateway, my router. Right? So this is all virtual, remember, it's not my physical devices, it's all virtual. So now I'm going to go along and set up my ARP spoofing. But what we essentially are going to be doing right now, folks, is we're going to become the new rogue router. And in order to set up your normal Red Hat or Raspberry Pi, Debian, Ubuntu, you need to enable IP forwarding. And so enabling IP forwarding is one command. So we can go along and say how to enable IP forwarding in Linux. You can do it, there's no one way, you can do it 7 different ways, basically, even more, I'm sure. But for us, we just want to go along and enable IP forwarding temporarily. IP forwarding is basically what your routers are going to be doing. Okay, so they need to be able to forward traffic to other networks. So for us, we need to enable this so that our hacker machine that we're using is going to be able to send the traffic to the internet. All right, so that's pretty crucial. We're going to go along and enable IP forwarding. The Echo 1 turns it on, the Echo 0 turns it off. And then if you missed that, you can go along and take a screenshot there. This is the method we're using right now. Remember, there are other methods. So one of the fundamental steps that you're going to need to use when doing man-in-the-middle attacks is to redirect the traffic. So when you look at ARP spoof, yep, and now we're going to go along down to your man-in-the-middle, ARP spoofing. So step 1, this is on your hacker machine. Once you've enabled IP forwarding, I know all of you are going to be like, really? You're going to be like, really, Wayne? No, that really can't be. You're going to be shocked when we can literally do one simple command now and launch our ARP spoofing. So this is the way we're going to do it. ARP spoof. Remember, there's 3 types of communication packets: ARP request, ARP reply, and we're going to be sending a gratuitous ARP reply, meaning nobody would have asked for it, but everybody's going to be processing that. So we're going to go along and say ARP spoof -I is your interface, and my interface is the ETH0, Ethernet adapter 0. And then I'm going to go along and say, and I want to target -T. I'm going to be targeting my other Linux hacker machine, which is Kali Linux. and its IP address is 131. So I'm going to go ahead and specify the 192.168.81.131. Okay, all see that? It's on my same network. So ARP spoofing, you cannot do ARP spoofing in a different subnet. Now you can do it remotely if you've got remote code executed sessions, so you've hacked into a machine in that remote network, but ARP spoofing only affects the local subnet, not other subnets. So that's why you would normally use a router to segment your network. So -T, that's going to be the victim. And if you're going to target that victim machine and you want to intercept their network traffic, you're going to then specify the -R. So if you look at the manual, it will tell you the -T, -R. Basically, if you don't specify your target, it will target the whole subnet. And so the -R is generally your host, which is going to be our gateway. And my gateway is 192.168.81.2. It's always your default address in VMware networking. So if you go to your edit virtual network editor, you need to know that you have a DHCP server running in your VMware networking. So your DHCP server stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It is responsible for automatically giving out IP addresses. So when you go along and you look at your NAT network, you can see your NAT settings. And there's the IP address for your gateway. By default, it's always .2. It's a virtual router, what we're going to be looking at right now. And then your DHCP server and the settings, so you can go along and specify how many IP addresses to make available. Awesome. So at this point, this is all I need to do, folks. With me running this command, I'm going to be able to now successfully send traffic through my hacker machine. So I will be running this command on my hacker machine. When I now run this command, you're going to see it is sending out a gratuitous ARP reply to both the gateway and the victim, in this case my Kali Linux. And when I now go along and try and open up my web browser and I want to go to an online website like maybe whatever, the Hacker News, I can get there, but I'm actually being redirected through my machine I've used to set up the attack with. In this case, it's the Raspberry Pi OS. So what could we use to figure out what traffic's been sent and received, or if that traffic is being sent and received? Well, that's where we'll be able to use our Wireshark to sniff the traffic, or TCP dump, or T-Shark, right? TCP dump command line, you can script it, Wireshark, GUI, T-Shark command line. So I could then go along and say, okay, cool, sudo, let me open up my sniffer again and start sniffing the traffic. So now I'm sniffing the traffic. Now, obviously, just with this simple ARP spoofing, if the victim now, I'm on my Kali Linux machine again, if I go along to a website that doesn't use HTTPS, like a test PHP site, so most of the websites we log into use HTTPS. This does not, of course, and this is really just to test. So when I now go along and look at my traffic I've been sniffing in a minute, well, here you would normally go along and you'd need to log on. And home. So this is not a real shop, it's just an example shop. And there you would log in, right? So we're going to go and try and log in. It tells us, please use the username test and the password test. So one of the first layers you're going to realize is obviously this is going to be easy if it's just clear text, which we're going to be doing downgrade. So when we try and log in, okay, you did actually log in successfully. So remember, normally my Kali Linux would be sending it to my router, but this is not the case because right now I'm doing ARP spoofing and I just captured all the traffic. I'll stop the capture traffic, so I'll stop sniffing the traffic. Now I can actually see that because I'm obviously running the attack on my local machine and Wireshark on my local hacker machine, it's actually telling me that it's actually detected duplicates. It's not duplicate, it's just because I'm doing the ARP spoofing. So if I change back to the ARP spoofing and stop doing the ARP spoofing for a bit, cool. It's going to actually clean up my ARP cache properly. And one of the things I didn't do, so I'll just make sure I'll run that again and just show you real quick, is on my Kali Linux machine, if you go along and you look at my ARP cache, you will see how machines communicate at the MAC address, which is the binary. Because as you can see, by just telling the systems that they should add to their ARP cache my information, you can now see that the gateway IP address is correct, but it's changed the MAC address to the MAC address of my hacker machine. So that then causes the traffic to be routed through my rogue hacker machine, which is the rogue router. Aha, pretty cool. And so I'll stop the ARP spoofing now. Stop the sniffing of the traffic. And now I've got to go along and actually find where they logged in to that website. So I'm going to go along and use HTTP to go and filter the traffic on HTTP. And then you'll basically go along and actually see where I logged into, because when you log into a website, you are going to post your information. So there's the website login page, and you can see the details of the URL, the browser agent, and you can actually drill down even deeper. So there's the basic details. And if we go further down, we can see, yes, there's the post when they actually logged in. And so when we look at the actual post information, there we can actually see the username and password that we captured. Yes. And obviously this is expected because everybody's going like, yeah, hello Wayne, yes, that was Hypertext Transfer Protocol, that's just clear text. Aha. Right, now y'all are picking up what I'm putting down. So what happened next was, ARP spoof, of course, is just one technique. Then a guy by the name of Moxie Marlinspike came along and built a program called SSL Strip. SSL Strip. Let's get you the details for SSL Strip. So we can go along and add that to the notes, SSL Strip. And we're going to go along and show you the document, the video you can go and watch, and even download the presentation. So for those of you that do like to, of course, read about it as well, there is the link, and this will give you a little bit of history when we start looking at these man-in-the-middle attacks. Originally, we used to do certificate cloning. So we were cloning your encryption certificates. And of course, that was a pretty short-lived standard, because then we had a protocol called DNSSEC that made that a lot harder to clone the certificates. So what Moxie did was basically go along and then build SSL Strip. So SSL Strip is a downgrade tool. I'm just going really fast through this so you can see the key pointers here. And the main thing is, well, how do people encounter HTTPS? They don't go along and they don't type in HTTPS. They normally type in HTTP, so you're going to see a lot more websites that we go to are going to be using an extra layer of security protocol now called HSTS, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Strict. So it means it's going to try and force you to use HTTPS. All right, so again, you're going to be able to spend a little bit more time understanding that we are going to be doing SSL stripping shortly. But guess what? We're not going to just be doing the original Moxie SSL strip, because this original method has now been stopped by using HSTS. That's the strict. So if you go along and do HSTS and you look at the RFC, there's a link for the request for comments. You'll understand that this is now trying to make your web browser, oops, sorry, I copied that same thing. It's trying to make your web browser use HTTPS. And that's obviously important. So the HTTP Strict Transport Security, this was ratified in 2012. And of course, you can go along and read more about it, folks. This is networking. You don't understand it unless you go much deeper into the binary and you go along and you test it by sniffing the traffic and you look for what protocols were used. You're about to see some of that happen now as well. So bottom line is, most of the times people don't type in HTTPS. The way they encounter TLS, Transport Layer Security, SSL is the older, should be disabled, is by either clicking on a link or a 302 redirect. So as you're going to see, when we look at SSL stripping, we actually now target the HTTP traffic. And when that website tries to send you to the HTTPS site, we are going to be the rogue router where we're going to be using a new version of SSL stripping. And we're going to be doing this all with that very powerful tool called BetterCap. Why BetterCap? Because BetterCap is better than EtterCap. So there's been a lot of tools that are doing similar things, but as I mentioned, we are covering the latest tools so that any of you working in the network, you're going to be able to go along and actually test your network and your defenses, as we're going to finish off showing you as well. So whilst many of you are going to go like, okay, Wayne, no PowerPoints, remember, yes, you can read this beyond the course. You can go and read the details and watch the video. But we're about to go along and do the SSL stripping anyway. So on the SSL strip, add some of those notes about the defense. So HSTS defense, and then the Moxie PDF doc. Yeah, one's good enough. And of course, you could go along and download these older SSL strip tool. Now, because I'm here, I'll show you that real quick anyway. And to install SSL strip, even though it's the older tool, you would just simply go along and do apt install SSL strip. Right, so we add in the good old SSL strip, but it's not going to be very reliable because it's got a lot of Python dependency issues. So apt install SSL strip, awesome. You can see the version there is 091. And to make you understand how the SSL strip works, I'm going to go through a demo with you folks, and I'm going to actually show you, I'm going to demonstrate SSL strip. Of course, if you've been following, you can also practice it, but it is really just to show you against a very old browser. So this is where I'm going to need to go along and use my Windows XP machine because it's got a much older browser. So this is to help you understand as we get to do some of the latest attack vector. We want to just show you the basics of SSL stripping. What could go wrong with SSL stripping? So I'll power up my Windows XP machine. And I'm doing it this way manually, piece by piece, because as you're going to see, if you want to learn networking in Linux, you can do it very, very, very effectively by learning IP tables. IP tables is your Linux firewall, your proxy, your redirector. There's a lot of things you can do with IP tables. So we've installed SSL strip and man IP tables. In Linux, you have IP tables and IP6 tables. So you have for IPv4 and IPv6. So you're going to see us generate specific rules where we're going to become the new rogue intelligent hacker. So IP tables, it's used to set up and maintain and inspect the tables, which basically is for your packet filtering rules in the Linux kernel. And there's different types of tables. Each table contains a number of built-in chains, and those also contain user-defined chains. So as you'll see when we go along and do this now, so targets, a firewall rule specifies criteria for a packet and a target. If the packet does not match, the next rule in the chain is examined. So when we go along and you do the -T, the table type, you'll see we're going to be using the NAT table. And you can read more about doing some fundamental IP table little tutorials. You'll find plenty online if you just go and Google how to secure my Linux machine with IP tables. I'm going to be showing you a much better method. Some of you may have heard of Little Snitch on an Apple Mac. We're going to be showing you how to set up and install a free application layer firewall. So this is IP tables, and what we're about to do is literally go and set up a custom IP tables rule. So first few things would be my ARP spoofing. So remember, that's my ARP spoofing. And now I'm going to go and open up a new terminal tab. So you just use Control-Shift-T, it will open up another tab. And I wanted to change to root, of course. Now I'm going to change to the user share SSL strip directory. And in the SSL strip directory, you can see you have the Python file. And you have a picture of a padlock. It's called your lock ICO. Now, if you don't know the SSL strip Python file, you can go and find out what the attack exactly is doing by going to go and read the actual Python file. That's the attack. So you can go along and read the source code. It's in Python. And this is where people that are in networking need to know how to actually read the basic, scripting and Python. So I've got my SSL strip tool. And now for me to go along and launch this attack against my Windows XP machine, because it's got a much older browser. So the first thing I'm going to do is open up a command prompt and show you the ARP cache. And now I'm going to go along and do my ARP spoofing. So I'm going to target the 132 because that's the Windows XP machine. So you still need, all of your man-in-the-middle attacks need to basically redirect the traffic by using ARP spoof to turn my hacker machine into the default gateway router, which is Rogue, of course. So I go along and run that. As I'm doing the ARP spoofing, you can just make sure you've tested it, and you go and look at your ARP cache again, and there you can see it's working. So we tested the ARP spoof. We'll stop that for a minute. So it's all ready to roll. And now before we go along and do the ARP spoof again, we need to go along and set up our IP table redirect. So we're going to go along and run IP tables. -T, the type will be your NAT table. So T NAT type, and then the NAT for network address translation, and then -A. We're gonna be using pre-routing, so it's case sensitive. -P, the protocol will be TCP. So we effectively are going to be redirecting your HTTP traffic to our special new network attack module called SSL strip. So we want to specify the destination. Destination -port is 80. -J, what do we actually want to be telling it to do? Well, we want to redirect the traffic. So this is a redirect. We're going to be redirecting it specifically to port, and the port we're going to be redirecting it to will be the special port that we use for our SSL strip tool. So take note of that command. As you can see, we're literally just going to be redirecting port 80 is your HTTP traffic, so that the SSL stripper will be monitoring, and it will downgrade your HTTPS to HTTP. And thank you so much for, again, amazing help from the whole group. Shiv, you amazing, helping the whole group of people. We got somebody that's just joining us right now, a little bit late, but I'm going to admit this person because, yeah, I'm happy to share with people who arrive 15 minutes before we're about to finish. That's cool. It is being recorded. So we've just added a custom IP table redirect rule. At this point, we're now going to go along and use SSL strip. So it's only going to work for a brief moment in time because this is the older method. I'm showing you this method because it's all manual. And when I then show you how, so when you want to launch attacks, if you only use the GUI tool, you're cheating yourself. You'll be cheating yourself because you're going to not understand it, and therefore, if you really have to do network security as a job, don't cheat yourself because you're only going to be cheating yourself. Learn to do it manually so you really understand at the packet and lower command line layer. So now we're going to go along, and you'll see in this directory there is that script. So we're going to say we want to execute that script by using the ./SSL strip. It's a Python script, but it's using older Python, so it will only briefly work. You won't do this in the real world now with this method. We'll be finishing off with the latest real method. So SSL strip, and then we're going to specify -W. We want to write our captured passwords to a log file. So pass your passwords. So you can just say passwords.log file, and then you want to save. So basically -P, you want to save the posts. When somebody logs on to a website, you just want to capture the post queries. And then -L the listener port needs to be that 10,005 I used in my redirect. And then minus F, you have your lock.ico. And that lock.ico is a favicon. Right, so minus F, we've got that lock.ico file, which is basically a picture of a lock that's used in your web URL. It's called a favicon. So we're going to be injecting a picture of a lock. Right, so now we're going to go along and run our SSL stripping tool. But before I run that, oh yeah, I need to go along and enable the ARP spoofing. So now go along, your ARP spoofing is going to be redirecting the traffic, remember. So now the traffic's going through my hacker machine, which is my Raspberry Pi OS called NetHacking. And now I'm going to enable SSL strip. And now I'm going to go along to my Windows XP machine, and we're going to go along, and it won't allow us to, of course, but you will see the attack should work. So here we're going to go along and try and log on to Hotmail. You'll see I'm not typing in HTTPS. I'm just going to go along and type in hotmail.com. And as you can see, it's downgraded my, what should have been HTTPS, it's downgraded that to HTTP. So very clear, I mentioned this before, between the hacker machine and the real website this victim wants to go to, we'll set up an encrypted session. But between my hacker machine and the victim, I can control that traffic, and I've just downgraded their encrypted session to HTTP. And you can see the user would not know any different because they would see a nice little picture of a padlock. Remember, this is an old version of SSL strip. So yes, it will obviously work on older browsers, but as you might realize, this won't work on newer browsers now. So that was showing you the SSL strip version 1, which we now going to be using the newer version of SSL strip. As you can see, when you're doing attacks and you're hacking, you need to understand that you're doing something that the system wasn't designed for. So if you're trying to open the front door of your house with a baseball bat instead of a key, you could probably open the door with the baseball bat. I'm not saying you couldn't, but it's not going to probably be very liked by the owner of that house. So your mother or your father or your wife or husband or whoever, they're going to be pretty angry that you used the baseball bat to open the lock of the front door. So you get what I'm saying, right? Yes. So when you do things like hacking a system, you cause instability, and of course a lot of the tools are not always very reliable. So now I'm going to stop the attack, and we're going to target this machine, which we did all the updates. This is a fully updated machine. We did the install, we did the updates today, so you folks have seen how we set up our environment, build the tools you're going to use, and remember learning to use Wireshark. There's a lot of tutorials out there. Learning to use T-Shark, TCP dump. There's thousands of tutorials out there for those tools. And then just remember, the SSL strip originated from Moxie Marlinspike, and as you'll see, the server never knows the difference, because remember, when you connect from the hacker machine, we run in the SSL strip. When we obviously allow the connection to be made to the real website the person wants to connect to, we've just set up a rogue proxy basically, where between us and the victims, between us and the server, it's the real HTTPS, but between the hacker machine and the victim, we downgraded their communication to clear text, HTTP, when normally it would be HTTPS. Now obviously, I think many of you who've been hanging around the whole day, you're going to be pretty impressed when we can do this against a real fully up-to-date site. And yeah, the countermeasure for a lot of these network attacks is to always make sure you set up and use extra layers of protection. We call that a VPN. Set up a VPN server, either set up a VPN server on your router, so you can go along and get a cheap $30 router from Amazon that will allow you to set up a VPN server or a VPN client. And here's just a quick example of a cheap router that you can set up because it uses open source software. Something like that. And $30. So when you go along to their website, the vendor, and you look at their products, well, it's still a little popular router because it's cheap and pretty, powerful. When we want to look at checking the security of this device, you always want to make sure you can actually communicate with the onboard chips, so you can actually tinker with this $30 router with a UART connector, so you can actually wire into the board using a UART cable connection, or you can actually tinker around with the GPIO, which is done like through a Raspberry Pi. And there you can actually see setting up your VPN server as well as a VPN client. And of course you can set it up on a Raspberry Pi. Many people are going to be like, no, don't go to the NSA website. Don't be afraid of your government. Okay, don't believe the news. If you still believe in the news, then you realize that you're being programmed by probably, some foreign government that's been paying a lot of money to advertise on Facebook. Oh, I didn't say that. It just slipped out of my mouth. So if you go down to one of their tutorials, it's called Go Secure. And you can set up your own VPN server on an open source device that you can then secure and harden. So there's the information, and you can set it up on a Raspberry Pi and then make sure you actually obviously harden it, so update that and whatnot. Alright, so we're about to finish off with a pretty powerful attack, folks, and then I'm going to show you one last thing where you'll be able to actually detect a lot of attacks, which we're about to see if that's going to work very well, because as you're going to realize, a firewall will not stop op cache poisoning. All right? So there you can go along and you'll see the instructions of setting up on a Raspberry Pi. So this is you learning how to set up a VPN server. Yeah. We already showed you how to set up an SSH server on your Raspberry Pi OS earlier on. Excellent. All right, so now we're going to go along and we're going to go the BetterCap route. And BetterCap you can access through a GUI. So that little device I mentioned earlier on, a Ponagotchi, that's where you can actually go along and download an image, flash the image on a Raspberry Pi Zero, and you're going to not just have AI weaponized Wi-Fi attack tool. So Ponagotchi is basically running BetterCap, but the Ponagotchi is the AI. So you're going to be able to capture network hashes. Be careful when you launch those attacks. It's not legal to hack other people's networks, and it will automatically start de-authing people's machines as soon as you've finished writing the SD card and you boot it up for the first time. It's active straight away. It will start doing de-auths. So make sure you go and follow the Ponagotchi project, because we're about to go along now and use BetterCap. So this time we're going to reverse the role. I'm going to target my Raspberry Pi OS, and I'm going to use my Kali Linux as my hacker machine. And the first thing you'd want to do is install BetterCap. Now, BetterCap, you would either go along and install it from the website, so bettercap.org. And the latest version is version 2.3.2. And what's really awesome with BetterCap, if you just go to bettercap.org website, you will see they've got a lot of in-depth instructions and documentation. So their legacy on the bottom left there will give you a lot more details. They'll give you video tutorials. They'll give you nice even pictures that you can put in your notes. So remember, folks, my notes are not complete. I'm doing it to make sure you know how to follow best practices and you actually do learning. All right, so final point before we just jump in there. We wanted to make sure you all understand how we learn. And this is a very powerful video that I won't show you the whole video. I'm just going to show you a few minutes. How do you basically upload information to your computer system? Okay? How do you learn? So this is making sure that you have learned that just reading the book is not completing the cycle of learning. So this is Dr. Bruce Lipton, and he's going to explain to you how you can actually succeed by repetition.
This is the bigger monkey wrench in the system. And that is, we had started off with the fundamental belief that the conscious and subconscious were just the unity of a single mind. So if the conscious mind became aware of something, then the subconscious mind should, of course, follow along with it as well, because they're both together. It's two separate minds, but they learn in different ways. Here's the critical part. Conscious mind, being creative, can learn in a creative fashion. Conscious mind can read a self-help book, and after one reading go, oh yeah, I've been educated, I know how this, I should do it this way, and my life could be really good if I understood this. And then you say, well, I just read the book and I understand how it all works, and yet my life is still exactly the same.
So remember, just because you've got the knowledge about something, that's one part. But now you've got to take that knowledge and actually put it into practice. So just reading a book is not completing the learning cycle, folks. You've got to make sure you stop spending too much time just reading a book, but spend more time doing it, learning by doing. I will also be showing you that you can also use the Try Hack Me, where you can set up a free account and you can be learning a lot more about the fundamentals of networking, some of the theory where it will actually give you exam questions or multiple choice. No, actually it's going to give you some basic, did you understand what you just went through and did? And then you get to actually be questioned on that. So pretty awesome.
You can go to the lecture, you can read the book, you can watch the video, you can even just go, aha, and the conscious mind, being creative, can learn just from simply that. Read the book and learn. I go, what about subconscious? I go, here's your problem. It's a habit mind. I said, well, how do you create a habit? I go, reading the book once It's not a habit. So what's the point? The self-help book you read was picked up information-wise, educated, and enhanced your conscious awareness, and yet didn't touch any of your subconscious programs. You have the same behavior you had before you read the book, after you read the book. Why? Conscious mind learns by reading the book. Subconscious habit, you don't learn from that one reading of the book. So the conscious mind, subconscious mind learn in different ways. How can I teach the subconscious mind? Number one, so many of us talk to ourselves. You know, I love donuts. Margaret, my partner, calls them circles of death. But, you know, I love those guys. And of course, my health wasn't that great at this time. And so my programming is don't eat donuts. Don't eat donuts. And I keep talking to myself, don't eat the donut. Don't eat the donut. And then sure enough, 5 minutes later, there's a donut in my hand. And it's about halfway finished when my mind catches on. Oh, my God, you're eating the donut. Well, now being so upset, well, you might as well finish it now. You started it. And then I eat the donut, okay? And I go, wow, I kept talking to myself not to eat the donut. Why did I eat the donut? And here's the fun answer. The conscious mind, yes, you're in it. Remember I said that's a seat of your identity, your spirit, your consciousness. That's where you are. Oh, then who's in the subconscious mind? I go, nobody. There's nobody in there. It's a machine like a CD recorder.
Aha, so this is the part that when you are awake, you're basically learning things and doing things, and it's being added to your, you're consciously awake. But the purpose of going to sleep at night, for those of you that play games all night and don't want to sleep, is you've got to actually upload your information to your long-term storage, your subconscious mind. And so this is going to be a technique that he's going to share with you, a secret technique on remembering to learn. As you go to sleep at night, you're going to be able to read a book by listening to it. Yeah, I'm not the expert here. This is the doctor, right? I'm just sharing with you some tactics that's going to help you learn anything you ever want to learn. Just remember, if you're going to learn it to show off, it's going to be much harder to learn. If you're going to learn it because you're going to learn it and help people with that knowledge, you're going to learn it a lot easier. But it's the ego. If we learn things because we want to show off, you'll end up with not so much good experiences, but you got to figure that out. So I'm giving you what I've experienced, but hey, you might see it a bit differently. Remember, always verify and validate you hear from any source online or what people tell you sometimes.
Relevant. Well, let's say I record a program on a CD, put it in a machine, push play, and it plays the program. And I say, I don't like that program. So I say, okay, CD player, change the program, make something more fun and something I would like better than this program. Then, of course, the program continues to play just as it was, and then you get a little more upset. Come on, please change that program. I asked you to change the program. Don't eat the donuts. Don't you remember I said that? Still eating a donut. I go,
right now, folks, we want to make sure everybody knows how to succeed. I'm giving you this knowledge free. You can choose what you want to do with this knowledge. You can choose to take this knowledge and help yourself and help others by actually learning to do things where you're not going to get frustrated and upset with yourself and do not say to yourself you cannot do it. Your mind, your brain, it's a computer. You need to think what you want to happen. And if you've got those negative thoughts, you've got to learn to control those negative thoughts. That requires you, yourself, to change the way you perceive things. That's what we call the biology of perception. If you go and search for more videos from Dr. Bruce Lipton, he'll give you a whole presentation on the biology of belief. And this is crucial. You're not going to be able to force people to see your perspective. They generally haven't lived through the experience that you experienced through your life. So when you try and tell somebody, or you try and have an argument with somebody that's trying to say, well, yes, but this... You have to understand that they see things through their own eyes. Don't try and force them to see it your way. The only way they're going to see things is by actually doing it. And then it's not an opinion. It's like, oh, I actually went through that. Like if you want to go for an operation, you're not going to want to let a doctor operate on you that's only read the book. You're going to want to know that they've actually had a lot of practical experience doing this as well, right? Yeah. So don't get frustrated. You can all do this. We all can. As long as we put the effort in and you understand learning is based upon getting skills by repetition, practice.
Very upset with myself, and then I really almost give up, because how many times do I have to tell myself not to eat the donut, still end up eating donut, to realize it's not making any difference at all. The point about it is this: when your conscious mind was telling your subconscious not to eat the donut, who were you expecting to hear that message? And then you realize there's nobody in the subconscious, a machine. So I say, yeah, go talk to the CD player. It's playing a track on an album. I say, okay, tell it to play something different. Just talk to it. And the answer is, it's not going to change. It'll never change. I go, yeah, there's your problem. Trying to talk yourself into change is not going to work, because the subconscious mind has nobody to listen to your story. So I said, well, how does it change? I said, well, how does it learn? And here's the 3 things.
Alrighty, so yes, if you're interested in that, you can go and check it out. Basically, you can listen to a book. You can turn a PDF document into audio file that you're going to listen to as you go to sleep at night. Nobody's going to do the hypnosis for you. You're going to be in complete control of everything. And this has all been, he's a doctor. He taught at many universities in the US. Him and a lot of other folks that you will see on the circuit are talking about these things, because we've got artificial intelligence, we've got neural link, we've got all of these things that people didn't believe exist, but we now have the scientific and medical proof to prove it otherwise. So now we understand this very crucial, helpful part. And as you can see, this is the notes I'll be sharing with you folks in a bit. But now we're going to go along and we're going to be launching our BetterCap attack. So as you know, we're not doing like lab instructions, because if I give you lab instructions, when people follow somebody else's 300 steps, and they get to the end of the 300 steps, they go like, I have no idea what I just went through. It worked, but you've got to learn to do it without always just following other people's instructions. The first time, yes, use the instructions, absolutely. But then you're going to go along and actually practice it without the instructions. Right, so let's go along and do this. This is going to be a pretty awesome, slick attack that many of you have been waiting the whole time for. So now we're going to be looking at launching a real encryption downgrade attack. We're going to be using a very powerful tool called BetterCap. And so it's already installed in Kali Linux. If you want to use it in your Raspberry OS, you've got to download either the binary, but if you go to bettercap.org, their instructions are very, very, very in-depth, very well orchestrated. So a great shout out and thanks to the developer. Simone is an Italian guy who's doing a sabbatical because he's really wanting to learn music. He's becoming a professional piano player, or a musician is what he's taking a sabbatical for, because I think he got sick and tired of computer security. I don't know, but he's still involved in technology. So we're going to go along and we're going to be using this tool called BetterCap. We're not going to use the GUI version, because the graphic user interface is pretty easy. If you can use the command line version, you're going to be able to go into the graphic user interface. So BetterCap, TAC H for your basic command line. You can use command line to launch some of these attacks. And we're going to go along and use the BetterCap interactively. So we just type in BetterCap. Now, what I did obviously want to do is just reboot my machine that I have my IP forwarding on, because currently it's a router from the previous attack we did manually. So this is going to be my victim machine. And then our Kali Linux, or my Kali Linux in this case, is going to be my attacker machine. So if you want to know more about BetterCap, you're going to type in help, and it's going to show you all of the network components. So if you don't understand DNS, you need to make sure you go along and practice setting up DNS in Windows or in Debian Linux. You need to go and practice setting up a DHCP server. And of course, these are giving you some of the malicious modules that we're going to be using for the attack. So one of the first things you'll do when you plug into the network that you're going to be doing a man-in-the-middle attack against, remember the purpose of showing you these things is so that you can go back to the office or your home and make sure you can harden your own security. So as I mentioned, countermeasure to a lot of these attacks is using a VPN, a virtual private network connection. Preferably your own system or a good vendor out there that I'm not going to mention any. So the first thing we're going to want to do is go ahead and show you that we don't have any real details by using the net command. So as we look at the commands on the left there, the net, and I'm going to do, well, what can I do with net? Net dot something, and then tab. So you can actually see with the net command, I can do net clear, net show metadata, net sniff, net probe. So if I go along and just say net show me what you know about my network with the net show. Here we can see it's just got basic details because I haven't done any probing. I haven't done any active host discovery. So the next thing I'm now going to want to do is actually do the probing so I can actually get the IP address of my victim machine, which I've now rebooted. This is my victim. And of course, just to show you the IP address, you will also see it as well. So this is what my IP address is of this victim machine. It's fully updated. We did the install earlier on. And so now I'm going to go along and actually use specific modules. So I'm going to go along and say net probe on. I need to go and do probing. So the probing is going to do active searching by doing ARP, broadcast and whatnot. So now that I turned my net probing on, you can see it started identifying all of my machines. Makes sense. And of course there we can see I've identified my 128 machine that's going to be my victim. So at this point I could go along and say net probe off, and now when I go along and do the net dot show, you will see I've got all my other details now. Alright, so at this moment in time you have a better understanding for what is a HTTPS downgrade attack, because you've seen me do it manually, and we're about to go through and actually set up your transparent HTTP proxy using SSL strip version 2. So we've got to go along and configure all the components we're going to be using for this attack, because we want to basically intercept somebody's password when they log into their bank account, which is normally using HTTPS. Remember, this is live practical skills workshop, making sure that you know how to use the tools. If you go to a course and they're going to try and teach you to use Cain and Abel, I would probably not take that course any further. Right? Cain and Abel is a tool that was used in, the days before you actually had any of the HSTS or, so Cain and Abel was used to do certificate cloning. It worked well in, 2002 maybe. Right? So we've got to go along and set up our modules. So we're going to go and now use the command called set. We want to go and choose those different modules. So when we go along and say, oh, what were those modules? Help. Aha, we want to go along and say we want to set HTTP dot. As you tab, you can now see all of the different attack boxes, not really, but your attack elements that you've got, right? So you're going to be able to actually just set up an HTTP proxy. But we want to do HTTP proxying with SSL stripping. So we're going to go along and say we want to set up the HTTP proxy. So these are things we want to enable for this attack we're building together. So we'll say proxy.SSL strip. We're going to say true. That will enable that. We also want to set up the net.sniff. So this is going to be doing network sniffing, and we want to be specifying the verbose as false. Otherwise we'll get a lot of things on the screen anyways. And then we're going to go along and say set your ARP.spoof. We need to go and tell it the IP address of our target. So in this case, I'm going to be targeting the 81.168.1. 128. Remember, that is my virtual machine I'm running over here, my Raspberry Pi. So now I've enabled the ARP spoof to target that machine. And that's it. Those are the three main steps to basically configure this attack, which is actually pretty advanced. Once we've learned how to do things with these interactive frameworks, and we know how to do it manually as well, things become a whole lot easier, as you can all appreciate. So at this point, we're now ready to actually launch the attack. So we're going to start off with arp.spoof. We need to turn that on. Next, we're going to go along and do our http.proxy on. And it tells you SSL strips enabled. And then next, we're going to do net.sniff on. And now the attack's happening, folks. Now all we need to do is wait for somebody in that same network location to go and log on to their bank account. Remember, this is showing you what you do to test the network security. You are not able to do this in a network you do not own. So here we can now go along to our victim machine, and we're going to open up a browser. Remember, all of our traffic's been redirected because of ARP spoofing. And now let's go and pick on a bank website. creditunion1.org. It's a bank in America. And as you can see, it's definitely downgraded the HTTPS. Right, so it's telling you there it's not secure. I didn't go and add the favicons and other things that you can still do, of course. So the next thing that the person would normally go and do, of course, is probably log in. So there we're going to be logging in with Bill Gates. And then the password, password's going to be, now I'm looking at this iframe here and I'm going like, this might be actually encrypted where it's not downgrading that, but we're about to see, right? And then obviously logging in with that password. So when we try and log in, we know that it wasn't a real account. And if we now go back to our machine where, we should have captured the password now, because we're able to get them to log on to that site without using encryption. And so you'll see all of the different components in this attack, the traffic going back and forth. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the latest and greatest of doing a downgrade against a fully updated system. So the next thing some of you are doing are going like, holy crap. Okay, so before we finish, I wanted to make sure that you see this attack for what it is. So whilst this is still running, we're going to go along now. We'll actually stop this all. So if you just do Control-C, stop the attack now, and we go back to our victim machine. We'll just close our browser down, and we're going to go along and install OpenSnitch. OpenSnitch was also developed by Simone, who built BetterCap. So this is the defense. It's a application layer firewall is basically named after Little Snitch for the commercial Little Snitch in Apple Macs. So we're going to go along and set up this to help you understand network security. You want to be able to actually monitor when somebody accesses something or your browser connects to hundreds of websites. You want to control what you're going to allow. So when we go down to the actual installation, go and check out their wiki. And there's some of the documentation. And if we want to go along and do the installation, go to the Getting Started. And we want to go along and install this. So the installation. Awesome. So we're going to go along and actually just use the deb packages. So if you go further down, let's see where their packages are. Oh, get the packages from the releases. Hello Wayne. Yeah, that's pretty clear. And we're going to go along and download. So remember, we're not using a Raspberry Pi. I'm using a virtual Debian operating system that was developed by the folks from Raspberry Pi. So we're actually going to go along and download the Debian i386. So if you right click on that and choose copy the link address, I'll just change to my root. And we're going to just do a wget and then paste the link to the open snitch. And to make your life easier, just showing you that you can use the GUI if you like. So minimize that for now. And actually you can just get the other file you're going to need for the GUI. And yeah, we can go along and download that deb package as well. So just right click on that and choose copy link address. And then go and do the wget. So now you've got those two packages that we've downloaded. And we'll make it easy for you folks by installing it from a GUI. So first one we want to install is the Open Snitch. Basically you can just double click that. And it's going to say, do you want to install that file? Yes. Need your password, your root password. So it's now installing Open Snitch. And then we're going to install the GUI. What's the password? So now you have an application layer firewall installed somewhere. Oh, there it is. So go to your internet and click on Open Snitch. That's your application firewall. And now you'll see, just by me leaving the browser open to one site, you're going to see when any of your applications on your system wants to communicate with the internet, you're going to be able to allow it or deny it. So I'm going to leave this, and of course you'll see the defaults are normally going to be whatever you set that up as. And this is going to continuously keep asking you what you want to allow. So this is pretty cool, right? Because now you start realizing that if we now have our application layer firewall, well, yeah, obviously we want to go along and say allow that, otherwise we won't be able to go to any website. So if we go to like maybe bbc.com, it's not going to go there, right? So it's denying that, of course. So you could go along and change that rule to allow. So you can just delete that if you want. Delete that rule as well, and then just say, okay, we're going to allow that, right? I had too many windows open. Okay, so now it's allowed it. And now you can see a whole lot more of the other daemons wanting to communicate. So I'll just allow that for now, just to obviously show you that you get to obviously allow or deny whatever traffic is coming in and out of your network. So you can actually visualize that. And obviously the Chromium there, we want to make sure we delete that and allow Chromium to communicate. And so now, of course, if we go back to our browser, we can access the internet or that website we're looking for. Alright, so yes, we know it's working. Alrighty, so we're back working and we've got our application layer firewall right now. You can go along and look at the addresses, you can go along and look at all the different nodes, and very helpful, the events. So now that I've got this running, right, we're going to go along, and the last thing we're going to do is test this to see if it's still going to work. So I'll go back to BetterCap, and as you saw in the beginning, we went along, we set up the attack. You don't have to, you can go and just use the arrow key up. So the first thing we enabled was to allow the SSL stripping. Then we set up the NetSniff verbosity to false. Then we went along and set up the ARP spoof to target our machine we just built earlier on today. And then we're going to go and turn on the attack. So ARP.spoof, we're going to turn that on. And then HTTP.proxy on. And then net.sniff on. Remember, it is telling you, like, there's the SSL strip enabled. So now it's running, and now we're going to go back. So what do you folks say? Do you think the attack is going to work? Do you think it's going to stop it? Should stop it? One response? Well, you're about to see. So cu1.org, that's the creditunion1.org. Darn. It's not stopped it, folks. There's the stripped website. Go along and log in. There's our Bill Gates. And where's your password? Oh. I've got my application layer firewall turned on. You also have a normal firewall, but we made sure that you could actually see all of this going in and out of your network. And with your firewall turned on, we're still able to perform a successful man-in-the-middle attack, downgrading HTTPS to intercept the password right there. Now remember, this is not me with a real bank account, so obviously it's not going to let me into that site because, you know, you've just learned how to do SSL stripping version 2. Yeah, so a firewall will not stop ARP spoofing. ARP, Address Resolution Protocol. There is no secure ARP. Okay, so you're going to have to go to IPv6 and you're going to have to look at our stage 2 network hacking for us to do IPv6 man-in-the-middle attacks, where we're going to be using similar in concept to your ARP, but we're going to be basically using your network advertisement. So IPv6 does give you a little bit more better security, but you're still going to be able to do some of these attacks if it's not configured properly. So there you can see, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of information there. And of course, this is being recorded. So I'm going to stop the attack. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to like hack myself. Alrighty, and let me know. I will be basically setting up a share to upload my workshop notes. And like I said, folks, the notes, I'm showing you how you should be doing things so that you're then going to be able to go along, and all the things I covered with you all, you're going to be able to go and populate and put the information in there that's not all populated. So remember, if you go along and you actually look at BetterCap, was pretty straightforward. If you're following me, you'll be able to go along to your local machine over here, and remember, you'll be able to look at your bash history. So these are all the things that we were able to do to set up all the attacks that we did. We did it manually first. I did SSL stripping, so you understood the concept, and then we showed you how to set up a brand new tool on our other hacker machine. We used that and then targeted this machine. And even enabling an application firewall did not stop a man-in-the-middle attack. What would stop it is if you actually set up a VPN. So that way, you're not going to have your sessions downgraded, because you will actually use another layer of protection over your HTTP or HTTPS, whatever you might use on different sites. So it's been a great honor and pleasure delivering this to you all, ladies and gentlemen. There's the actual results.